Alright, here we go. Believe we are live. Alright, here we go. Believe we are live. Alright, here we go. Alright. Alright. Here we go. Let's see if anybody's online. Game 1, 2, 3 is on. Slideshow guy, what's up? How's it going? How's your day going? You know what? We're gonna start off single player. Let's get some of these mirror mode stuff taken care of. Doing P switches right now, right on. How many P switches are there? Like, how many are there to unlock? Do we even know? Got some Mario Kart World going on the Nintendo Switch too. We're doing the mirror mode. Trying to see what happens if I complete all of these. I already got 3 stars on the regular 150cc and knockout tour, but have not bothered to 3-star the mirror mode stuff. So I don't know if you unlock anything. At best, maybe it's just a sticker or something you get for the car, but wouldn't it be great if you unlocked a new vehicle or something? I do doubt that'll happen now. Oh! Said like 340? Oh my gosh. It's a lot. Is that the number you said? Yeah, 349. Wow. Even more. I wonder why that specific number. And here comes the blue shell right on time, but you're not getting me, blue shell. Boom. You have 231. Oh my gosh. Out of 349, that's crazy. It's a lot. It's a lot to collect. Backwards hat Daisy. Oh. Red shell, we'll take that, we'll take that. Just gotta get Donkey Kong now. Got him. The music in this game's so good. I just can't get over it. Kamek. There we go. Oh, another first place. Another first place. Here we go. Guys, it says I have 14 viewers. If you're one of the people that's watching and you're not in the chat, consider hopping in the chat. Let's talk about video games. Talk to me about your favorite video game of all time, or your favorite video game system, or one of your favorite Mario Kart characters, or characters you want to see in Mario Kart. Let's get in the chat. Let's start talking. Let's have a discussion. I'm going to stream for a good while today, for sure. The music is just so good. Baldur's Gate 3, Matthew says. What's up, Matthew? How's your day going? I have not played Baldur's Gate 3, but I saw and heard that it was a phenomenal game. Where did you play Baldur's Gate 3? What system did you play that on? I got a ton of stuff to do while watching, like play Pokemon Pearl. That's right. That's right. You got your Pokemon Pearl journey that you're going on over there. Played it on PC. It's very fun doing a multiplayer campaign with friends. I had 2 friends that were playing it on the, I believe they were playing it on the Xbox, and they were saying that they were having an awesome time. I just never got around to playing it. I have PC and a Nintendo Switch. Do you have the original Nintendo Switch? Or the Nintendo Switch 2? Oh, man. A Switch 2 or a Switch 1? Yeah, that's what I was wanting to know. I think it's probably the Switch 1. He probably would have said he had the Switch 2. Switch OLED, awesome. Do you have a special edition Nintendo Switch OLED or just the regular? No Switch 2 yet. Two 32p switches down, slideshow guy, right on. Alright, this is the final race. See if I can get first place again. And I'll get my first mirror mode 3-star completion here. Okay, we got a boo, we'll take that. Oh, I totally did that to myself there. Get the dolphin. Not bad, not bad. Don't want any parts of that blue shell. You can have all of that, Donkey Kong. Right on. I love this track. This might be my favorite track in Mario Kart World. It didn't count that I was grinding there. That's funny. It counted me as like still driving on a regular path. Final race complete. We got our first 3-star mirror mode cup done. Not bad, not bad. If you're just joining us, we're doing mirror mode Grand Prix on Mario Kart World on the Nintendo Switch 2. If you're one of the people that's viewing, first of all, thanks for watching. I appreciate it. But hop in the chat and we'll talk right back to you. Matthew Thomas says, what do the flips do, and is there any bad side to them? The flips, like on the wall riding will give you boosts so you can go faster. If you just do like a flip when you're just doing a straightaway and you hold down the jump button and then you do a front flip, it's actually slower. So you want to save the flips to flip onto a rail or a wall. There we go, mirror mode. Alright, so now we're going to do the flower cup, mirror mode. Knock this out, here we go. Let me refresh my chat. I didn't see that chat for a little second there, that was weird. What about when you're in the air though? So, okay. So you want to do a flip as soon as you're going to leave something like a jump, and it'll give you a speed boost. The flips that I'm doing in the air, like the multiple flips, are just, as far as I know, they're just tricks. Like they don't do anything like speed wise. You do the one and you get a little speed boost, but if you do additional ones, you don't get like an additional speed boost, if that makes sense. 234 P switches down. Right on, slideshow guy. You're going crazy. You have way more P switches collected than I do. Comes a blooper. And why not? A green shell and a blue shell. Why not? And a red shell. Classic Mario Kart. And then I get the super horn when I don't need it. And another red shell. Okay. Wow, I got beat up on that second lap, guys. All I do is free roam, slideshow guy says. You gotta get the online so you can play online, man. And the boomerang right there? What the heck, man? And I get a boomerang. Wow. Nothing helpful here, huh? Was single mushroom there. And we somehow managed to steal first place. We're not going to complain. We will take it. We will take it. Next up is Shy Guy Bazaar. Turn the light on, man. Is that too bright? I think that's okay. Yeah. Make sure yeah. Knocked my microphone out here. We're back. One mushroom and a red shell. Not bad. That's so cool. Got a peach medal, right on. How many peach medals do you have, Slideshow? $67 peach medals. How many peach medals are there total? Do we know that? I think I turn off my Switch. You don't feel like playing your Switch anymore? And we stole first there. We'll take it. 200. No, I turned it. I turned it off for the day. Oh, I see. Don't feel like playing anymore. I think I have 67 peach medals. Got it. Now, are you gonna try and collect all the peach medals and the question mark panels and the P switches? Are you trying to do all of it? Yes, you are going for it. If you complete the free roam portion of the game and you collect the question mark panels and the P switches and you get all the peach coins, are you still going to play free roam after that? Or are you going to move on to another game? No clue. Do you have any other games for your Nintendo Switch 2 that you want to play? Games from the original Nintendo Switch that you didn't finish, that you want to play on the Switch 2? Cross that bridge when I get there, right on. Pokemon Scarlet, right on. Have you started Pokemon Scarlet, or you haven't started it? Throw that red shell. Throw it. Wouldn't you know, the blue shell comes right at the end here, which means I don't secure that first place finish, which means I gotta start over. I gotta start over completely. Oh man, that sucks. Right on, you started it. It's gonna perform much better on the Nintendo Switch 2, so you're gonna have a great time playing it once you get around to it. I started it. Only one watching, the best streamer. Man, that's very kind of you. If you haven't, would you mind maybe liking the stream? I think that helps so that we can get some more viewers in here. But I do appreciate you, Slideshow Guy. I appreciate that. I think you can also maybe put hearts, like in the chat. I think there's like a heart button. I think that also helps. But no pressure. Going off-road, big mistake. Oh my gosh. Says we got 4 viewers in here. If you're one of the 4 viewers, appreciate you for watching. But hop up in the comments, hop in the chat, talk to us. We talk right back. Dang, it was a Daisy last race too that was gunning for that first spot. She was trying to draft off of me there. I had to start swerving. That was getting risky. Some NPCs, depending on the cup, are better. Yeah, seems like they're just random. They just decide which one's gonna be good. Blue shell. That was kind of weak. And lightning. Big time shortcut. Here we go. Dude, am I not gonna make it again? 235 P-switches, right on. Good work, slideshow guy. Good work. Oh, there's a Nintendo Switch 2 Welcome Tour update. Let's see what the update is. Several issues have been addressed to improve gameplay experience. Sure, I'll just hit the update button real quick. There it goes. Nintendo Switch 2 Welcome Tour update. Alright. Download complete. There we go. What's up? It says I have 9 viewers. If you're one of the 9 people that's watching, first of all, I appreciate you for watching, but hop up in the chat. Let us know what your favorite video game of all time is. Who's your favorite character in Mario Kart World? Do you have any questions about the Nintendo Switch 2 or Mario Kart World? I'll be happy to answer them. Let's get a little dialogue going here. Right now, I'm currently playing Mirror Mode on Mario Kart World on Nintendo Switch 2. Completing the Grand Prix here just to see if I unlock anything. What does mirror mode do? Mirror mode flips the tracks as if you were holding them up to a mirror. So if you like racing on Shy Guy Bazaar, then you know that the first turn is a left turn. I'm only saying this as an example. If you play on mirrored mode, that first turn is a right turn. Favorite game ever is Gunstar Heroes for Sega. Wow, what's up, Josh? I've never played Gunstar Heroes. What do you like about Gunstar Heroes? I've heard about it, but I've never played it. Is Gunstar Heroes available on the Sega Genesis on Nintendo Switch Online? That shell's suspiciously close to me. NPCs are wilding. Oh, okay. Did not want to go that way. Heavy nostalgia and good music. Right on. When did you first play Gunstar Heroes? And when you first played it, told that it was going to be your favorite game ever? Like, did it just instantly click? Or did that happen over time? Right to it says lag. Am I lagging? Bro, what is your least favorite Mario Kart game? My least favorite Mario Kart game might be, this is going to be a hot take, it might be Mario Kart Wii. Sorry to say, I know Mario Kart Wii is super nostalgic for a lot of people. That might be my least favorite one. People have opinions, so that's okay. Yeah. I mean, if I had to pick one that wasn't Mario Kart Wii, I would maybe say Mario Kart Super Circuit on the Game Boy Advance. I do really like it, and I love that it introduced the idea of playing classic tracks and bringing them back into the modern games. But other than that, I'm not really like a huge fan of Mario Kart Super Circuit. And what about Mario Kart Tour on the iPhone and on phones? Do we count Mario Kart Tour? Because that might actually be my least favorite now that I really think about that. My favorite Mario Kart game so far is Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. And for a close second place would be Mario Kart Double Dash, and tied Mario Kart World. I would put this right up there in second place. Though, it does have the potential to be my favorite Mario Kart of all time. If they can show us significant DLC like Mario Kart 8 had. If it can give Mario Kart 8 levels of DLC, this will become my favorite Mario Kart of all time. Easily. A little bit tired, guys. A little bit tired. Guys, it says I have 12 people that are viewing me. If you're one of the 12 people and you're not in the chat, consider hopping in the chat with us. Talk to us. We talk back. Let us know what your favorite video game of all time is. What's your favorite video game system? And do you have any questions about the Nintendo Switch 2? Or do you want to know my thoughts and opinions on the Nintendo Switch 2 now that it's been out for a few weeks here? Should I get Geodude? No, you should not. Do not get Geodude. Oh yeah, I got my first shiny Pokemon in Pokemon Scarlet. What was your first shiny Pokemon? Like ever? That was your first ever? I like it. Alan says, I'm not sure what that first message or first two words are there. This seems to be a great title of this franchise. I like the fact that you can play as the cow in this game. Yes. Yes. My girlfriend actually really likes playing as the cow. Big fan. Combee? Combee was your first ever shiny Pokemon? I do really like that you can play as the cow as well. I like that you can play as like the NPC characters, like the Piantas and the Cataquacks from Super Mario Sunshine. I think that is so cool. Or being able to play as like a Hammer Bro. Stuff like that is really neat. Now, the question is that Combee that you have male or female? So can it evolve? Because, you know, only the female ones can evolve. Blue shell. But we got the item boxes. Let's see. Gonna have to catch Daisy here. It's gonna be a little bit of work. Or not. Oh, that's kind of lame how that just played out there. Oh, it's male, so your Combee is shiny, but it can't evolve. That's okay. It's still cool, though. It's still cool to have a shiny Combee. Is there a shiny Pokemon you wish you had? And that took me out, so now I gotta start mirror mode all over again. My goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh, this is a remake map from the 3DS, right? Or the DS Mario Kart 7 or Mario Kart DS. Yes, it is. And just for you, Alan742, I'm going to play as the cow. They have a number of remade tracks from the older games. I'm currently doing mirror mode on Grand Prix. I'm trying to get the 3 stars on all of them. But Shy Guy Bazaar is from Mario Kart 7. And then the following track, Wario. The Wario track is from Mario Kart 64. And then the other one is from Mario Kart DS, I believe. The one that I was just on. But now I have to redo it again. But yes, one of the things that I like about this game a lot is in the previous Mario Kart games, or let's just talk about Mario Kart 8. In the previous Mario Kart game, Mario Kart 8 Deluxe and Mario Kart 8, if they remade a track, they just lightly changed it to incorporate some of the new features and mechanics, like being able to drive underwater, or anti-gravity, or flight. But in this game, they took all of those old courses and they just totally blew them up and reimagined them. Some of them look so new and so different that they almost feel like new tracks entirely, which is really, really cool. You said, oh, thanks, like and a sub +1. Thank you so much for liking and subscribing, Alan742. I do appreciate that. I'm a very new streamer. I just started about a week and a half ago. And I've only been really streaming Nintendo Switch 2 stuff. And I've been having a lot of fun playing and chatting and trying to build a community up here. So I do appreciate the like and sub. It helps out a lot. Mason says hi. What's up, Mason? How's your day going? Did you have a good day? Do you like Mario Kart World? Do you like the Nintendo Switch 2? Have you played it? Do you have any thoughts, feelings, concerns about the Nintendo Switch 2? And if you don't have any feelings or thoughts on it, what's your favorite video game of all time? And the cow takes first place. Just for Alan742, we got that first place. Let's see if we can continue and get 3 more first place finishes here. So yes, Shy Guy Bazaar. This is from Mario Kart 7 on the 3DS. It's really cool to see how they flipped some of these tracks. Slideshow Guy says, my favorite shiny Pokemon is Haxorus. Yes, Haxorus looks super cool shiny. Looks really, really cool. Look at the cow. Just having a good old time. I gotta say, I love the music in this game. I feel like they knocked it out of the park. And look at that! Look at the set piece. And that you can spin the camera around. We're just a cow flying. Flying through the desert. I like this runaway car that drops items. Sometimes it drops things that aren't bananas and bombs. Sometimes it drops good stuff. Mason says, my favorite video game of all time is either Mario Kart 8 Deluxe or Odyssey. Oh, right on. Mario Odyssey is an incredible game. Slideshow Guy says, I found another Peach medal. You got 68 of them now. Right on. Super Mario Odyssey is such a fantastic game. And Mario Kart 8 is a tremendous game. It's one of the best, if not the best, Mario Kart game of all time. I do think Mario Kart World has the potential to be the best Mario Kart game ever. but it has to have DLC kart tracks and stuff added to it the same way that Mario Kart 8 did, because if it can match the level of content that Mario Kart 8 got, it'll be out of here. So if I could pass Daisy up and get first place, yes I can. Here we go. Here we go. Giovanni Robles, hi, can you add me on Nintendo Switch? Giovanni, do you have a Nintendo Switch or a Nintendo Switch 2? Jordan says, one game, Bad Fur Day. Conker's Bad Fur Day is legendary. Have you played Conker's Bad Fur Day on the Nintendo 64, or did you play it on the Xbox where they remade it? Do you remember Conker's Live and Reloaded on the original Xbox? I really loved that game. I played both. I played the original and the Xbox version. Nice. Desert Map. Have you found any shortcuts on this game? Yes, I have found some really great shortcuts, and some of the shortcuts are a little different than they were in the previous Mario Kart games, because a lot of these new shortcuts kind of require that you wall ride or you grind on rails and stuff, which is really cool and different. But I've been playing Mario Kart for so long that it's sometimes hard for me to identify like what those shortcuts are immediately, just because like my brain is wired towards classic Mario Kart and what that used to look like and what that used to feel like. So having to adjust to this new Mario Kart it is a big adjustment in terms of finding those shortcuts. Like this, for instance, is not a shortcut, but I got a bunch of speed by grinding on the wall there. See if there's another one that I can do. Here, of course, it's a blue shell. Am I gonna get a thing? Nope. Didn't get anything to help me out there. So we're gonna grab this food bag. Okay. Or not. Get some coins here, get our speed back up. Here we go. We should be creeping in the first place here. And here comes Wario Stadium from the Nintendo 64, Mario Kart 64. Here we go. Blue shell. Wouldn't you know it? I was hoping I'd get a super horn right there. I just smashed the item button. Got a coin, which didn't help me at all. So this is kind of another shortcut here. You can jump into the wall, reach the rail, get a speed boost. You can do more, but I'm still learning. Still trying to perfect the techniques. And I got a banana, so I'm gonna have to outrace this dolphin. Oh, I hit him with the... I hit him. Here we go. Looks like we're gonna secure this first place. Here we go. And... oh! We got hit by lightning on the final turn. Do we have enough? Do we have enough to finish first? And we do. Right, let me go back to the chat here. Jordan says, yes, I grew up playing Conker's Bad Fur Day with my brother on the N64. Sadly, never completed the story, though. Great multiplayer, though. My personal fave was the bank one. Loved their little lines that they had throughout the game. Yes, and you still have it to this day. Dude! Yes, and they had like the cool, the bank heist, and it's kind of like the Matrix going on. It's so cool. Conker's Bad Fur Day was way, way, way ahead of its time, man. And the Xbox version allowed you to play online, which was nuts. Online multiplayer was so nuts. Mason says, have you went to Epic Universal, and if you did, what is your favorite coaster there? I have not been to Epic Universe. I'm assuming you're talking about Universal Studios. I have been to Universal Studios Hollywood, and they have Super Nintendo World there, which is awesome. I tried the Mario Kart ride out over there, but they don't have like the Yoshi ride or the Donkey Kong ride. I think like Epic Universe does. But they also have other rides like Jurassic World, and they're opening up a Fast and the Furious ride. I would say my favorite ride might be Jurassic World, but Mario Kart does have a special place in my heart. And also, just that portion of the park is just so cool as a big-time Nintendo fan. So no, I've not been to Epic Universe, but I do want to go. Have you been to Epic Universe? And what do you think about it if you have? Giovanni says, can you add me on Nintendo Switch? Giovanni, do you have a Nintendo Switch 1 or a Nintendo Switch 2? Here comes the blue shell. Alan says, that jumping on car mechanics are awesome. It reminds me of GTA San Andreas cheat. Yes, Jordan, you do need to play the Xbox version expeditiously. If you have an Xbox One or an Xbox Series S or X, you can get the game Rare Replay. It might even be on the PC. Don't quote me on that, though. And Rare Replay has Conker's Bad Fur Day on there, and you can play it. It also has like Banjo-Kazooie and Banjo-Tooie, and even has Banjo-Kazooie Nuts and Bolts, which is less liked. But there are some classic games on the Rare Replay. Icon says, hey, Icon, how's your day going? Thanks for stopping by and hopping in the chat. Mason says, I went to both parks in Orlando. What do you think about those parks in Orlando? Were they cool? Did you have a good time? Did you like the Nintendo stuff? Okay, we're coming up on this final turn here. Let's see if we can lock in a W. Oh, where did the dolphin just come from? Oh my goodness. Did you guys see that? That was crazy. And now I just lost. Oh my gosh, bro. Icon, I'm having a great day. I'm glad yours has been good as well. Icon, what's your favorite video game of all time? Mason says the parks were awesome. Arthur says, hello. Hello from Crete? I'm not pronouncing that correctly. Arthur, hello. If you know, have a nice live. I don't know where that is, but shout out to you. Thank you for stopping by. What's your favorite video game of all time, Arthur? Man. Really sucks. I got 2-star completion on that. Now I gotta do it over again. This time, we're gonna pick Pirate King Boo. Gotta do it over again. I gotta get those 3 stars on mirror mode. But yeah, Alan, the jumping on the cars and that stuff it's so cool. I feel like they did a lot of really cool little subtle things here that have made big differences to the Mario Kart formula. Icon says, my favorite game right now is F125, but all time is Lego Star Wars Saga. Lego Star Wars Saga is a great Lego game. Did you ever play the Lego detective game, like Detective Undercover? I forget what it was called. It originally came out on the Wii U, and then they brought it over to the Switch, and I think PS5 and Xbox. That was a cool game. Three Peach Medal. Shout out to Slideshow Guy. Slideshow Guy is playing Mario Kart World as well. He's doing the free roam mode and collecting all the collectible stuff. Yeah, I think I did. Icon says, yeah, it was a cool game. I played it on the Wii U, and it had lots of little Nintendo stuff in there, sprinkled in. 2 more P-switches down for Slideshow Guy. Good work, man. Oh, Blue Shell. Wouldn't you know it? Dang. And Lightning. They also have Mario Kart World in Orlando. I don't get why people hate on the Switch 2 so much. Icon, I think people hate on the Nintendo Switch 2 because it's the popular console. You know, it's the hot new item, and people like to hate on things that are popular. You know, it's just how it is. But also there was a lot of weird and surprising misinformation about the Nintendo Switch 2. For instance, like, the games are just codes in a box. They're not, like, people thought that was a thing, like that the games don't have the games on them. It's not true. There's a lot of misinformation around the Switch 2. That is one of the things that I'd seen. Another one was that the games were $90, and that's also not true. I just think there was a lot of misinformation around the Nintendo Switch 2 that didn't do it any favors in terms of public opinion. They needed to have really clear and direct communication with the people online, and they kind of just didn't do any of that, and the misinformation went rampant and went a little crazy. Alan says, my favorite game of all time is maybe Dragon Ball Z Budokai 1 or Red Dead Redemption 2. Wow. Red Dead Redemption 2 is a fantastic game. Stellar title. Budokai series is legendary as well. I played Dragon Ball Z Budokai 3 a disrespectful amount of times. I could not tell you how much I played it, but it was too much. I played it way too much. Me and my friends played it way too much. Arthur says, is it much better than the Switch 1 OLED? Yes, I would say the Nintendo Switch 2 is definitely better than the Nintendo Switch OLED. The screen is not better than the Nintendo Switch OLED screen, but the system itself and what it can do is much better than the Nintendo Switch 1. Any of the versions of the Nintendo Switch 1. The original, the Nintendo Switch Lite, or the Nintendo Switch OLED. And here we go. I gotta get some coins here. Let's see. Good job on getting those P switches, Slideshow Guy. Arthur says, my best games are, what is that, Red Dead Redemption 2 and The Last of Us 1 and 2. Oh, sorry, I'm driving into the wall reading the chat. That's on me. But I want to make sure I'm chatting with you guys. And where's first place? There you go. Thank you. Got our speed back up. And this is the final turn. Oh, no. Oh, my gosh. I gotta restart it. Oh, my gosh. Mason says, well, you have a good day. I'm leaving now. I hope you win this game. Thank you, Mason, for stopping by. I appreciate it. If you didn't subscribe, consider subscribing. I'm going to be playing a ton of video games on this channel. If you want to ever hang out in the live, hit the subscribe button. I really appreciate that, so you can keep up with me. Arthur said, my best games are Red Dead Redemption 2 and Last of Us 1 and 2. What do you think about the Last of Us TV series? Are you excited about that? Are you watching it? Is King Boo your favorite character to drive as? Icon says, no, my favorite character to drive as is Wario. I really like playing as Wario. I like playing as Wario quite a bit. But I switched up my character just to make it a little more fun to watch. Rashid says, good result. No, it wasn't a good result for me, man. I need to get first place on all of these races, unfortunately. Mason, thank you so much for subscribing. I really do appreciate it. You have a great day. Thank you so much for stopping by and chatting with us. Slideshow guy says, I went from a day 1 Switch Lite to a Switch 2 day 1. Crazy Switch. Yes. Yes, dude. Yes. I have the original Nintendo Switch, I have the Switch Lite, and I have the Nintendo Switch OLED, and I can say far and away, I think the Nintendo Switch 2 blows them all out of the water. Icon says, do you think they're going to add a 200cc mode? I saw there was like an interview with one of the developers of the game, and someone asked them that question, and they just kind of like acknowledged it. They didn't say yes, we're doing it, but they also didn't say no. So maybe. I would like for them to add a 200cc mode. I actually expected a 200cc mode day 1. Like, I really thought that was going to be a thing. I was a little bit surprised to see that it didn't exist. My main complaint with 200cc mode on Mario Kart 8 Deluxe was that I felt like the tracks weren't made for 200cc, you know? Like, they were just not big enough to do all that. And that is not a problem in this game. These tracks are huge. And 200cc would definitely work. See how wide the tracks are? Because they have to consider 24 racers on the track, so the tracks are super wide. So I think 200cc will probably happen. I think it maybe it's just a matter of time. We'll have to see how that plays out. Here we go, finish this race so I can get back to the chat. Yeah, okay, right on. Crazy Switch Journey 1 to 2. Right, Alan says, right now I can't have the Nintendo Switch 2, but just the design that looks cool and trying for the exclusives. I would like to buy it later. Yes, you know, I really love the design of the Nintendo Switch 2. It feels like a decidedly premium console. It feels like a very premium console to hold. It's very, very comfortable. Not comfortable, it's not what I wanted to say. It's very premium is the design. Like, it feels like a nice, expensive piece of hardware. It doesn't feel like a toy. It feels very nice in the hand. It feels very, 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 very premium. But yes, the Nintendo Switch 2 exclusives, there are not many at the moment. We have Mario Kart World, and we have Nintendo Switch 2 Welcome Tour. Those are the 2 console exclusives at the moment. So we have one coming next month, the Donkey Kong Bonanza, which looks absolutely incredible, looks super fun. By the way, I'm going to be playing Donkey Kong Bonanza on stream. I'm going to be doing a 100% playthrough of the game on stream. So if any of you guys are not subscribed and you're interested in Donkey Kong Bonanza, just know next month when that comes out, I'm going to be playing a 100% playthrough all on live right here on YouTube. So consider subscribing so you can check that out next month when that happens. I see that I have a few messages in the chat. I'm going to try my best to read your messages while also driving and racing on Mario Kart. To add 200cc, you got to buy our subscription, Rashid says. No, I think 200cc would be a free... It would be a free update, just like it was with Mario Kart 8. You didn't have to pay for 200cc in Mario Kart 8. I think it'll just be a free update as well here. Dang, dude, what am I doing? Didn't get an item. Driving in the grass. Slowing myself down. We gotta lock in, boys. And here we go. That's where they got me last time. Boom. Okay, here we go. Icon says they had a big missed opportunity by not calling it the Super Nintendo Switch. Yeah, you know, I thought there was a chance that they might do that, but I think that era of Nintendo doesn't really exist anymore. And also, I think from a marketing perspective, putting the 2 right next to the Nintendo Switch logo and all that, I think people understand, like, oh, this is the next thing. Like the PlayStation 4 to PlayStation 5, you know? There was no confusion. Kind of like how they did the Wii to the Wii U, you know, and no one knew what a Wii U was. I think while I personally, as a longtime Nintendo fan, would have liked to have seen Super Switch, I think Switch 2 makes more sense from a marketing perspective. But the Nintendo fan in me probably would have preferred Super Switch. Let's see, Rashid says, I have colors in mind for Switch 2 to add into the premium look of it, though. Yeah, I mean, I gotta say, if you hold a Nintendo Switch 2 and hold a original Nintendo Switch, I mean, you can feel right away how more premium the new system feels versus the original system. It's like night and day. The build quality is just really, really good. They did a great job. Wouldn't you know it? It's a blue shell. This is a disrespectful blue shell too. Look how much air I had, guys. Wow. Sorry, guys. I see there's a lot of chats, a lot of messages in the chat. I'm going to get to each and every message. Just give me a second. Oh. Didn't expect the bomb. Right, as soon as I got the bomb, it just exploded too. That was kind of interesting. Hey, Daisy taking a crazy shortcut right there. What the heck? Did not know about that. Boom. Okay, here we go. Slideshow guy says, I hate some P-switches like in Boo Cinema that you have a little race and you can't just get mushrooms, you get shells. It's so annoying. Oh yeah. I haven't done enough P-switches to know. Mario Kart World is a very great game to be occupied from other games coming. So smart move by Nintendo. Rashid, I agree. I think it's an excellent launch title, especially considering Mario Kart 8 Deluxe on the Nintendo Switch 2 the original Nintendo Switch is the highest selling game on that system. They sold something like 62 or 63 million copies of Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. If you ask me if I was launching a new system, you got to start off with Mario Kart. It's a strong start and it's a system seller. And it's a game that will sell throughout the course of the system's life. Like, if you're not necessarily interested in Mario Kart like enough to buy a system, you might be interested in the next Super Smash Brothers, or the next Mario Party, or the next Zelda, or the next Pokemon, and you'll probably buy Mario Kart World right next to that, you know? So if it's not the game that gets you in the door, it'll certainly be maybe the second game you buy for the system when you get the first game that it interests you. You know, I think it's a really stellar decision on their end to launch with Mario Kart World. Really fun game. If EA made it, they would have made us pay to unlock CCs. That's right. If EA made it, we would have had a battle pass. We would have had all kinds of microtransactions. There would have been 3 currencies in the game. You would have just been having a bad time. You would have been, if 2K made it, you would have been paying $5 just to change the color of your wheels. And we'd be doing it, but we wouldn't be having a good time because that sucks. I do not like microtransactions, man. That stuff sucks. Sorry, I can't see the chat. One sec, y'all. One sec. Where's first place at? Come, here's some red shells for you. Confirm that first one hit. Go for the second. Here we go. Guess I didn't hit right there. Interesting. So it's just me and Daisy going back and forth here for first place each race. Oh, I messed up. I didn't even get an item. Oh my gosh. Red shell. Get out of here, Daisy. I need the W more than you know. There we go. Alright, we finally cleared this Mirror Mode Cup, and we can move on to the next cup. Look at us. We finally did it. Icon says, if EA made it, they would have made us pay for... Yep, that's right. Jonah says, I'm a girl MF. Okay, welcome, Jonah. Thanks for stopping by and chatting. We appreciate you. Rashid says, Icon, fun fact, Doug Bowser, he worked at EA before. Yes, isn't that interesting that he worked for EA and now he's the president of Nintendo of America? Switch 2 trying to be Wii U gamepad, but futuristic. Yeah, it's just a lot better than the Wii U. I loved what the Wii U was and what it tried to do, but the Switch 1, I think, ultimately did everything the Wii U could do, but better. And the Switch 2 is just even better than that. Sorry, I'm just choosing my character here. Oh no, I don't want to play Wiggler. Let's go Cataquack from Super Mario Sunshine. So we have Mushroom Cup, Mirror Mode done, we have Flower Cup done, and now we're going to do the Star Cup. Icon F1 says, I think Zelda Breath of the Wild was the best Switch game. I think there are a ton of fantastic Switch 1 games. What is the best Switch 1 game? There's a lot of contenders in there for me. You obviously have Breath of the Wild, you have Super Mario Odyssey, you have The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. I think Tears of the Kingdom is a better game than Breath of the Wild. You have Luigi's Mansion 3 is an excellent game. Splatoon 3 is really excellent. Let me go look at the Switch games really quick. Super Smash Bros. Ultimate is a fantastic game, one of the best on the system, period. Super Mario 3D All-Stars, if you were lucky enough to buy it, is an excellent game. The Xenoblade games are really good. Bayonetta 3 now runs the way it's supposed to. Let me see, are there any other games on here that I would put up there? Metroid Dread is a stellar game. Really dang good. Metroid Prime Remastered. What else? Yeah, I think... Oh, Kirby and the Forgotten Land. I would have to put it in the conversation. Not the best game on the Switch, but one of the best games. And of course, we can't forget Animal Crossing. Um, Rashid says, like, why the home and record screenshot icon doesn't have colors? Um, I think they just wanted a sleek look. I think that they didn't go for all that. You know, I think they just wanted it to be sleek and modern looking. There's kind of no colors on this at all other than gray. This is the Nintendo Switch 2 Pro controller, by the way. Slideshow guy says, we want you to do good in races, so lock in when you need to. Don't worry, I'll try my best. Rashid says, I'm glad all content in the game is free, unlike some games. What's up, Kipton? How's it going? Good to see you again. Slideshow guy, I'm going to play Mario Odyssey right now. Actually, it's a fantastic game. You're going to have a great time doing that. Rashid said, isn't crazy. Don't really understand what you're saying. Isn't it crazy to have two modern MK? I think you're talking about Mario Kart. I don't know, but yes, it is really nice that you don't have to pay for all the content. I think that's so awesome that this stuff is free. But they could charge for DLC tracks and stuff. And I wouldn't be opposed to that idea whatsoever. That's a shortcut I just took. You guys see that? Little shortcut. Playing as Cataquack from Super Mario Sunshine on the Nintendo GameCube. Yes, a modern Mario Kart, yes. It is awesome to have a modern Mario Kart, man. I loved Mario Kart 8. I absolutely adored it. I loved it. When it came out on the Wii U, okay, that was in 2014, and then they brought it back onto the Nintendo Switch with Mario Kart 8 Deluxe 3 years later, and I loved Mario Kart 8, and I loved playing the new content in Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, and of course the booster pack that they added later on I thought was really, really fun. But ultimately, I just wanted a new Mario Kart, and I can't believe we had to wait basically 10 years to get a new one. It's kind of like Grand Theft Auto. It's been over 10 years since we got Grand Theft Auto 5. And we're still waiting for GTA 6. One day, boys. One day we'll make it to the mountaintop. But for now, at least we made it to the mountaintop with Mario Kart. We finally got a new Mario Kart. After all these years. Never found P-switches. Slideshow guy, what is it? Are you going to Mario Odyssey, or are you collecting P-switches on Mario Kart World? Which one is it, man? You gotta make a choice. And then I also thought you were playing Pokemon Pearl. So what is it? Is it P-switches? Is it Mario Odyssey? Is it Pokemon? What are we choosing, man? Oh, nice. I didn't get hit by that. Go ahead, Rosalina, and throw that. Go ahead and throw that. Thank you. Get out the way. Let me draft off of you. Get a little speed boost. Here we go. And we're coming up here at the end. Oh no, dude. Oh no. Oh no. I knew this was gonna happen. Oh my. It's so much worse than we could have imagined, and now we have to start over. Oh yes, I see what you're saying. Mario Kart World and Mario Kart 8 in one system. It's fantastic that you have the ability to play both. It is really cool. I will say I've not gone back to Mario Kart 8 Deluxe since Mario Kart World came out. I had my fill of that 10-year run of Mario Kart 8. Try a Pianta. Arthur says, do you know if we will have a Super Mario Odyssey 2? I really doubt that we'll get a Super Mario Odyssey 2. Nintendo doesn't do sequels to the 3D Marios. The only exception was Super Mario Galaxy and Galaxy 2. But if you look at it historically, they did Super Mario 64, then they did Super Mario Sunshine, then they did Galaxy, and somehow we got a Galaxy 2. Then we got Odyssey, and if you count
Super Mario 3D Land or Super Mario 3D World in that mix. They're a little bit different games, but that was kind of a sequel, but not really the same gameplay. I really doubt that we're going to get an Odyssey 2. I would expect a new original Super Mario game. Game 123, what's up? How's it going, Game 123? You playing some Mario Kart World or what? I really don't think we're going to get Super Mario Odyssey 2, like I was saying. I think it's going to be its own brand new Mario title. It's not going to be a continuation. Bro, Mario Kart World came out before GTA 6, also with free roam. It's crazy, right? Like, how did we get here? Grand Theft Auto? Hello? Can we get GTA 6? I know they're working hard on it, and I'm fine waiting. I've already waited this long, I can wait another year or so what? You know? What's one more year on top of the 10 plus years we've been waiting? Rashid says, no offense when somebody mentions Odyssey 2, of course we gotta get a new Mario game. Yes. I don't think it's gonna be Odyssey 2 though. I think it's gonna be definitely its own Mario title. I don't think it'll be like Odyssey 2, though it could be wrong. I just don't think so. I think if they wanted to do Odyssey 2, they would have already, you know? Like, if you think about The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, they both came out in the same... Breath of the Wild and Mario Odyssey came out in the same year. So, we have a sequel to Breath of the Wild. It's called Tears of the Kingdom. It came out 2 years ago. If we were going to get a Super Mario Odyssey 2, I think that sequel would have happened already past. And I just think they're working on something that's bigger and at a grander scale than what the scope of Mario Odyssey 2 would have been. Might be something even bigger and better than we could have expected. Because, you know, when Nintendo comes out with a Mario game, they go big. They don't mess around when it's time to drop a new Mario game. Dude, I'm not catching a break here. Am I going to be able to pass him? Yeah, but now I got to restart again. Man. Game 123, what up, man? How are you doing? Bro, I'm doing great. I'm just doing the single player mirror mode stuff because I unlocked it and then I never went back and 3-starred the mirror mode track. So just doing some of that right now. Trying to maintain my sanity as I've had to retry these courses over and over. Because you know those CPUs are so good with their aim, or they get those blue shells at just the perfect time that makes sure you don't get first place. You miss, Rashid says I miss servers in Mario Kart 8. Do you? What do you mean by that? What do you mean you miss servers? Like the online servers? What are you saying? I'm not sure I get what you're saying. Oh. Starting off the race bad. Game 123 already did have 3 stars on Mario Kart World Mirror Mode. See, you're going crazy. Game 123. Now, do you have the 3 stars on the Knockout Tour as well, Mirror Mode? Mirror Mode Knockout Tour? Dang, dude. Give me a little item that I can actually use. Yep, you do miss the server. Oh, I see what you're saying. I think you can still do like you can still do like private servers with friends / randos, I think, online. Unless you're talking about like something different, like dedicated servers or something. That I'm not aware of. Oh, so you haven't done the 3-star knockout tour mirror mode, so you still got work to do. I'm doing them just to see if I unlock anything. I'm pretty sure you don't. Maybe you unlock some stickers or something, but I'm just doing it so I could say I finished it. How about on Game 1, 2, 3? How about on Mario Kart Worlds, the free roam? Do you have like all the collectibles, like the Peach coins and the P switches and the question mark block panels? Do you have all that stuff collected? Here comes the lightning. Baby Luigi right behind me too, by the way. Ready to go after that first place spot. And we good. Okay. Rashid says, how come I win in verse mode with 150cc, but in Grand Prix I lose at 150cc mostly? It might just be because the computer players are programmed a little bit differently. That might be what's going on. Game 123 says, no, are you collecting any of the stuff? Are you planning to do that, or you just like to race online? Because I feel like every time I turn my Switch 2 on, I feel like I see you online playing Mario Kart. Slideshow guy says, I'm working on it for the answer. He is trying to collect everything. She says, hey, or how did they thought of Thunder makes the player smaller size that's not Mario related, exclusive to Mario Kart? I don't know, that's a good question. It's a really good question. I don't know. And it's just sort of always been that way. We've never really thought about it, huh? Very interesting. In the Mario series, you have to get the small or the tiny mushroom, the blue one, to turn miniature, which does exist, but it's not lightning that makes you small in the Mario games. I'm gonna go this way and get some coins if I can. A single coin is better than nothing, I guess. Let's do the same thing here. Nice. Okay, just to confirm, you guys saw me throw that green shell behind me as the red shell was approaching. Game 1, 2, 3, I'm doing mirror mode right now on Knockout Tour. Right on, good luck to you. Knockout Tour is harder than Grand Prix. Because you gotta be in first place the entire time to get those 3 stars. That is tough. You know Wario's booty, they removed it in Mario Kart World. It was in Mario Kart 8 Wii U, but not in the deluxe. Yeah, man. He had too much. He had too much going on. They had to tone it down. They had to tone it down a little bit. Bro, I got good progress. 244 piece, which is 70. Right back. We got a super friendly and positive community here, so we'd love to talk to you if you're watching. And if you're watching and chatting, consider subscribing and liking the live. It helps me out a lot. I'm super new to doing this, but I've been enjoying streaming and talking with you guys. You guys are super fun and a bunch of cool guys. I even started a Discord. If you guys want to keep up with me on Discord and get updates for when I'm going to be streaming next and just chat about video games in general, you can join my Discord. The link to that is in my bio if you're interested in doing that. F4ABL, yo, he says, how is everyone? It's good to see you. It's good to see you. I'm doing great. How are you? You get nothing for all the question mark panels, so maybe you get something for collecting all the collectibles then. This is a Mario Kart 8 Deluxe booster pack track that they brought over, and they changed it up a little bit here as well. Okay, well, you can have that blue shell. Thank you. Feels good. Feels vindicating to not get hit by that blue shell on the last lap. Feels awesome. And we're just going to cruise into this first place here and lock it down. Here we go. Like I was saying, if you're one of the people that is viewing but not in the chat, consider hopping in the chat and talking to us. Shaw says, been playing Mad Max all day. Did I miss anything? You didn't miss anything. Right now I'm doing Mirror Mode, the Grand Prix. I'm trying to get the 3 stars on all the Grand Prix in Mirror Mode. If you know about doing the 3 stars on Grand Prix, it means you have to win every single race to do it, to achieve it. So I've been doing it, and here and there I lose a race and I get irritated because that means I'm not going to get the 3 stars. So I have to quit and then start over again. So right now I'm 1 race away from getting that 3 stars done on this cup. So hopefully I can get it done. Rashid says, I wish somebody 100% my copy of Mario Kart World for $30. Hey Rashid, if you want somebody 100% your copy of Mario Kart World, it might be Slideshow Guy in the chat. Slideshow Guy can't get enough of that free roam mode. He might be the one. He might be willing to take that $30 from you. You never know. Get out of here with that. There we go. I thought about getting a food bag there. Maybe I should have. Chose not to. Here we go. We're going to go into the water now. Got a little defensive item with the green shell here. Oh. And of course, here comes the blue shell right on time. Right on time, right on schedule. I'm in first place. You know the blue shell's coming. Come on, Wario. Come on, this is Wario Shipyard we're racing on, so I gotta get first place as Wario on Wario Shipyard, am I right? What's up, F4ABL? I see you left a long message in there. I'm gonna respond to you. I'm gonna read it out loud and respond to you. Just give me a second. Okay. Here we go. We're getting close to the end, boys. We're getting real close to the end here. See if I can secure this 3 stars. Here we go. Oh, quick recovery. Not bad at all. And we got to 3 stars on another cup on mirror mode. Here we go. F4ABL says, I'm good, brother. I did my first live stream yesterday and earned 4 new subscribers. I didn't know what I was doing, so I just played guitar and spoke to people. That is awesome. Right on. I'm glad you went live for the first time and you found something to do on live as well. I know we were just talking about that yesterday, and then you had said you weren't sure what you were going to do, but going live and playing guitar and talking to people is super rad, man. Glad you were able to get a couple more subscribers there. You keep it up and you're going to be getting a huge subscriber count increase. Rashid, good point. Shaw, when in doubt, blue shell it out. You already know. Rashid says, good thing no more underwater racing. It's longer and slower. Yes, I'm glad that the underwater stuff is gone. I thought it was cool. It was awesome when they added it in, but I think it's kind of better to be more like the jet ski vibe and racing on top of the water, especially as the Sultan Wario. That's right. You see, we got it done, though. We got it done. Move on to the next cup. Oasis Sultan Wario sees another cup. Here we go. We've done the Mushroom Cup, Flower Cup, Star Cup, and now we're moving on to the Shell Cup. Mirror mode. Let's get it. Let's get it. But F4ABL, make sure you continue to stream because, you know, that consistency is what is going to get you some growth. And you'll get better at live streaming. I've streamed less than 10 times, and I'm feeling super comfortable with it now. You know, I've just streamed a handful of times, and I'm like, feel like I'm getting my bearings a bit, getting comfortable doing it and talking to the people and all that. Koopa Beach is kind of tough. This kind of reminds me of Baby Park from Double Dash. Not as hectic as Baby Park, though. Dude, I cannot catch this Lakitu. What is going on, bro? Ah. Okay, there we go. Turn into the dolphin. Final lap, too. There we go. There we go. Take that. All right. Rashid says, it feels good when shaving the beard to 0. Right on, right on, right on. F4ABL says, live streaming is definitely nerve-wracking. I want to try and stream 5 nights a week around 7 p.m. if I can. That is actually kind of what I'm doing. I'm trying to stream. This is going to be my first week that I do it. I'm going to try and stream Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, around 7 to 7:30 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, my time. That's my goal. I want to give myself a goal to try and stream 5 days in a row and see what happens. So good luck to you. You should definitely try and do that goal. You can do it with me. You can do it with me, man. Game 1, 2, 3. I got 3 stars on the Ice Flower Cup. Congrats, bro. Congrats. Were you able to get that knockout tour done on the first try? I had to do it a couple of times. Raichu's in the chat. Everyone show some love to Raichu in the chat. He says, a true man of the people. How's it going, Raichu? Good to see you, man. Hopefully you had a good day. I know it's late where you're at, but I hope you're having a great night, bro. Rashid says, what happens after you complete all the mirror modes 3-star? I don't know. I don't know. That's why I'm doing it. I want to find out. I want to see. So in order to do it, I have to complete all the Grand Prix on mirror mode. And then there's also Knockout Tour that I have to complete. So I was going to just play online. And then I was like, you know what? Let me try and do this mirror mode on stream. So I've been doing mirror mode for the last almost 2 hours or so. Not sure what you. Let me see what you're talking about. I see Raichu said something interesting there. Gotta see. He said, dude got so lucky, scored the upgrade pack for Kirby in the Forgotten Land for $10 instead of $20. How did you do that? F4ABL says, big up Raichu. Rashid says, YouTube remixes in the background. What did you do? What do you mean? How did you get it for $10 instead of $20? Either way, that's a come up, man. I'm very excited for that Kirby DLC, man. Of course, here comes the blue shell on the last turn, because why wouldn't it come? And lightning on the last turn. Thankfully, the Mario Kart gods were nice to me. It didn't shrink me, and I was able to keep going there. My goodness, man. So, if you're a Best Buy member, you get a mystery rewards credit on your account that can be used on digital stuff, which I am. Let me see if I got it. I'm assuming that's like in your profile or in your wallet. Also got a few $100 Amazon gift cards from Amazon today. Was a good day for the deals. Man, Raichu, you are up. Wow, congrats to you. Hey, Raichu does know the deals at 4ABL. He does know the deals. He sure does. That's great. I didn't see anything. Maybe I need to check my email, see if I... Now, the Best Buy membership that you're talking about, is that the one that you have to pay for? Because I don't have that. I just have the standard, like I have an account with Best Buy. I don't have like a membership. Guys, I love that you can do this. I still am not over this. I'm going to just turn the camera so you guys can see this. How cool is this? The fact that you can drive on the bridge like this is just so rad to me. Oh, okay. Let's keep it going. Let's keep it going. Let's do it again. And you can just keep going. And then if you wanted to get crazy, you can jump off to the side and down the middle here. And then you just keep going. Like, what is this? This is so sick. Man. There's something really cool about doing that. I can't even lie. I just got rid of all the shells so I could get the double eye. Not in love with the boomerang again. Boomerang might be my least favorite item if I really have to think about it. Cannon is solid here, but I'm gonna opt instead to go off of this. See if we can get the double item box. We did. I said I didn't like the boomerang, and I got the boomerang again because of reasons. And now we're gonna take first, and we're chilling. There we go. I like this car that drops mushrooms and stuff. Take that all day. Oh! And I got hit by a stray boomerang there. The game didn't like me talking trash on the boomerang, clearly. Kind of reminds me of Sonic Adventure right here. Real ones, no. Oh. There we go. Lakitu right there, right next to me. That was crazy. What was going on there? You guys see that? Lakitu was right behind me. Sheesh. Sheesh. Rashid says, Best Buy is not in my region. Raichu says, FRABL, at FRABL. Follow Lord of Discounts on Twitter for good deals. That's how I score. Are you from India, Rashid? Big place. Rashid says no. Raichu, yeah, the $50 one I pay for because they do buy two get one free Switch games with that one. Yes, see, I don't have that. I don't have that one. FOABL says, sorry, bro, I assume because of your name. Wrong thing to do. Rashid says, yeah, the Middle East. Rashid, where is your family from in the Middle East? Shah, hopefully the God of Wars go on sale on Steam soon. I really want to play them. Yes, dude. You got to get into the God of War series. There's so many great games. Another great follow for Twitter for deals is Wario64. Wario64 posts incredible gaming deals literally all day long. Raichu says, Shah, I got them on CD keys for a good deal. Rashid says, I do know. It's a popular name near where I live. Rashid, very multicultural area near here. Shah, I'll definitely have to look into that, Raichu. Yes, and once again, there's a great guy to follow on Twitter, Wario64. He posts incredible gaming deals, and I've been able to get all of my systems at launch through following his page, like the PS5, Xbox Series X, the Nintendo Switch 2, and many other things. I've been able to get pre-orders locked in because he'll tweet out the second that they become available on Amazon or Target or Best Buy, you name it. That guy is on it. I don't think he sleeps very much, but he sure is on it. So shout out to Wario64 on Twitter. He's a great follow if you're interested in gaming deals. And also check out what Raichu put in the chat as well. Rashid said, I told you from the Middle East. Yeah, right on, man. But where in the Middle East? There's a lot of places in the Middle East. There's Iraq, there's Iran, there's Saudi Arabia, there's Afghanistan, etc., etc. My family is from Pakistan, personally. I have family in Baluchistan and Karachi and all over the Middle East as well. Just curious where you're from, bro. But no pressure to put that in the chat if you don't feel like disclosing that. Boom, get out of my way, Peach. We're trying to secure that first place. I can't have you doing all of that. Getting in my way. And we fly through. Here we go. Shot. Tribe, next time they run the buy two get one free, I'll let you know so you can use my account to grab some Switch 2 games. Works on pre-orders. Works on pre-orders is crazy. Wow. It works on pre-orders is crazy because then you could really get some seriously good deals. Wow. I did not know that. Yes. I do know Rashid from Street Fighter. Rashid in Street Fighter he's also on Street Fighter 6 right now. Really cool character. And we got another 3-star Mirror Mode Cup completed. So we move on to the next one. So we got half of these Grand Prix Cups done on Mirror Mode. So we're going to go after the Banana Cup. F4ABL says, oh, you named yourself after a Street Fighter character. That makes sense. Guys, if you could name yourself after a Street Fighter character, who would it be? For me personally, I would have to pick Akuma or Akuma. Akuma is my favorite Street Fighter character. I would have to call myself Akuma. And if it wasn't Akuma, I think I would choose Sagat. Rashid says, nah, I was born with the name, but proud to see Western use it in their game. Yes. Just like Street Fighter has the Indian character Dalsum. Very cool to see representation, especially Middle Eastern and Southeastern character representation in video games. For a long time, there was not many at all. Dalsum was kind of the OG. Oh. F4ABL says, nice homie, I think it's a digestible name for the West and to use, easy to remember and say. Yeah, I agree as well. I think Rashid is a great name. Rashid is a really great name. And a really dope character in Street Fighter 6, by the way. Really cool character. Oh, we rung the bell. See if we can get her. Boom, we got her. See if we can get her again too. Nope. Berto really right behind me though. No, thank you. Secure that W. Here we go. Popularized my name. Rashid means smarter genius. Right on. Right on. It's a great name, man. It's a great name. My name is George. Sorry guys, I was replying to a message on my phone right there. Had to lock in though. Oh, lots of red shells. Take that. Okay. I really thought I was going to kind of jump off that. I would have gone on it correctly if I had known I would get damaged there. Cataquax. Boom. Game 123 says I got 3 stars on the Cherry Cup on Mirror Mode again. Right on, Game 123. Shaw says now all that's left is the climb. Rashid says the cool thing when talking in Arabic, you need more skill. It's not just he or she. They use so much effort in wording with it. It might look so bad in translation. Raichu says, how many Switch players we got in here right now? F4ABL, that's awesome, Rashid. I once dated a girl named Sophia, which has something to do with Islam. I'm white and non-religious, though, so her parents didn't like me. I'm just smart enough to understand these things aren't personal. Rashid says, that's fine, bro. Yes. Sophia may have been a nice Muslim girl, and she probably belongs to a family that also wanted a nice Muslim man. So nothing personal whatsoever. I have been there. I understand, bro. Man, just love that Mario Kart 8 muscle memory. Like, I want to just hold the item behind me, and you have to hold the button down. I'm not used to it just being automatically behind you still. Still got to get rid of that 10-year muscle memory from Mario Kart 8. Actually hit somebody. Oh yeah, that worked out. That worked out. Oh. There we go, final turn. Boom. Rashid says, I hate it when Westerns see us live in the desert. Do they still think that? Because that's legit. F4ABL says, they're a little bit more fundamentalist than I initially thought. A lot of Muslims don't follow the Quran, but they're like hardcore with it. And I think the West has a stereotypical view of the East. It's become a parody in media now. Every movie is just desert, burqas, camels. Yep, you know it right in the gecko. Raichu says, you know a nice desert, Arizona, that has a nice desert. F4ABL, it's not entirely accurate. There are well-built places with smart people in the Middle East. I hear Kashmir is a good place to visit. Rashid, like, we're not him, bro. Fun fact, my middle name is Casimir. I'm named after Kashmir. Shah, this course reminds me of that Hot Wheels map in Forza. Dude, yes. It's actually based on Dino Jungle from the GameCube, Mario Kart Double Dash. It's a course from there that they flipped and turned on its head and made it into what it is now. Guys, it says I have a gang of viewers in here, so if you're one of the viewers and you're not in the chat, consider hopping in the chat, talk to us. We talk right back. We're talking about Mario Kart World. We're talking about the Nintendo Switch 2. We're talking about our favorite video games of all time. And if you're one of the people in the chat and you're not subscribed, consider subscribing and hitting the like button on my YouTube live. It helps me out a lot. I really appreciate it. I'm new to the streaming thing, so all the likes and subs are greatly appreciated. Thank you so much for stopping by and watching and chatting and hanging out and contributing to the good vibes and all of that we got going on here tonight. Appreciate all of you guys. I feel like every time I get the boomerang, I just want to get rid of it. I mean, it has utility. Oh, come on, man. Oh my gosh, dude. Oh, dude, this is getting crazy here. That was really bad, guys. Gonna have to get some monster items here to get me to the front of the pack now. My goodness. Guys, I had to do it. That was just my Hail Mary, because otherwise I'm going to have to restart now. Yep. Gonna have to restart after we were doing so well. Man, you hate to see it. You do hate to see it. Dino Jungle, but looks too original. Lucian Kefka, my belly button is itchy. Lucian, bro, you gotta be washing your belly button in the shower. Make sure you're doing that. Don't neglect your belly button. Rashid, how does nobody compare Mario Kart World to Crash Team Racing Nitro Fuel? It's closer to that game. I had somebody in my chat yesterday talking about Crash Team Racing. It is a really great game. Shout out to Crash Team Racing. Raichu says, make sure you check out the Tribe Called Gaming Discord link in my bio. Raichu says, we do occasional giveaways in the Discord. We have a free NSO 1-month code I'm giving away in the Discord. Guys, if you want a 1-month Nintendo Switch Online code. You can get it. You can get it in our Discord, and the link to that is in my bio. General Grunt, does he have a fisheye lens, or is it never mind, just figured it out? No, it's not a fisheye lens, General Grunt. This is not a fisheye lens. Fisheye does not look like that. Go look up what fisheye looks like and you'll figure it out. Rashid says Big G. This is another GameCube track, Princess Peach's Peach Beach. They flipped it and altered it, stretched it out a little bit, and it's different in this game, but it is based on the original GameCube Mario Kart Double Dash track. Yes, just like Raichu said, General Grunt, I am using the Nintendo Switch 2 camera to stream, believe it or not. It is not a fisheye lens. General Grunt, you're a videographer. What are some of the videos that you've produced that you're proud of? Have you done any cool projects lately? Rashid, what exactly, dog, when you guys say it like, not you guys are talking about, maybe I missed something in the chat. Okay, Berto. Gonna have to draft off you or something here. I didn't get an item. It worked out. General Grunt, I'm joking. You're a beautiful soul, dog. Oh, I see. I didn't see that message, bro. I appreciate that, General Grunt. Big G. General Grunt says, I produced the forest scene in Sherlock Holmes 2 with the cannonball flying in slow-mo. That was my highest paid gig. That's pretty rad, dude. Congrats. That's a really big time placement. Raichu says, still super impressed it works so well, and it's clear. Yeah, it's really clear, guys. It's really, really clear, especially when you have good lighting, man. I don't really have great lighting here. So you can see I'm kind of blown out and overexposed, but when you have great lighting, I think this camera is quite serviceable for what it is, and for how cheap it is. Rashid, dog is like slang. It's like saying bro. You know, like what's up, bro? Or what's up, man? Dog is just slang. That's all he's saying. But that's really cool. That, you know, I know that super competitive General Grunt to do stuff like that. So right on, and good on you for getting a really cool placement like that. That must have been a very fun and unique experience. Do you do a lot of film? I probably could use the Game Boy camera, Rashid, but I want people to actually be able to see me a little bit and not be totally distorted and look like like a Game Boy game. Maybe that would be cool and interesting in its own right, but I kind of want people to be able to see me a little bit better than that. But that would be fun. I'm sure there's somebody streaming using the Game Boy camera. Game 123, I got 3 stars again on the Cloud Cup on Knockout Tour. Right on, dude. I'm dreading doing the Knockout Tour mirror mode because Knockout Tour is much more challenging than Grand Prix. General Grunt, I see your message. I'm going to respond to you because you left a little bit of a long message for me to reply to while racing. Let me see what you got going on here. Maybe it's fan films he means, I'm not sure. General Grunt, I also did a scene in The Hobbit when they were going down the river with all the actors in barrels. Had to shoot it on a GoPro because the red cameras are far too expensive. Still haven't gotten paid for that yet. See, now that is crazy. Didn't The Hobbit come out a long time ago? And yes, red cameras are wildly expensive. Wouldn't want those anywhere near water. Wow. Very interesting. That's kind of lame that they haven't paid you yet. So what's the deal? Were you a contract worker? How did that work out? Aren't you guys in the film industry like in a union where that can't happen to you? You know? Or am I not understanding that correctly? Or how that works? Because still haven't gotten paid for that's wild. And I'm sorry that happened. General Raichu says, General Grunt, so you could say they shorted you, huh? Get it? Because they're hobbits? Okay, I'll leave. And Rashid wants to know, is it a fan film or real? I think it's real, bro, because he's talking about red cameras. Red cameras are very, very, very expensive. You got film contract in your stream? That's crazy. Is this a real thing now? I'm not sure what you're asking, but whatever he's talking about sounds legit to me, man. It is also the internet, so he could just be saying anything. So don't believe everything you see and read on the internet. But I have a feeling since he's talking about red cameras and GoPros and all that, I think he might be telling the truth. But who knows? Okay, here we go, baby Mario. Get out the way. Yeah, that was cool. Never done that before. I'm gonna try something else I haven't done before. I'm gonna do this. And that was pretty cool. Blue shell. You can't have it. Boom. Here we go. Here we go. Yep, but the company in charge of payroll went bankrupt, and a huge portion of the cast didn't get paid, at least the ones that spent a short amount of time on set. That's really unfortunate. I don't like that, man. I'm sorry to hear that, bro. Shaw says, it was in Desolation of Smog in 2013. It came out on my birthday. Desolation of Smog was a great film. But I really don't like hearing that, man. That's unfortunate. The entertainment industry is very, very tricky, isn't it? Very cutthroat as well. It happens a lot in the business, unfortunately, but we also get paid with publicity and a solid resume, right? That's how they get you. Publicity, the names that you can put on your resume, your portfolio, etc. Man, I do dislike hearing that, though. But it sounds like you've moved on from it, especially if it was Desolation of Smog from 2013. Big B-Raz is in the chat. People, can you guys put a W in the chat for B-Raz in the chat? Can we get some W's in the chat for B-Raz? Rashid said, LOL. B-Raz said, hi. Remember, put some W's in the chat for B-Raz. The darkness of games. Try being a repo driver. Bro, that's that you couldn't believe that happened. Give us a good story, man. I had one of my homies' trucks got repoed one time. That was nuts. And I don't want to deal with that red shell. Took Alberto in the process. A win's a win. A win's a win. Now if we could just take this race home and finish this cup up, and we'll move on to the next Mirror Mode Cup in Grand Prix. Looks like we might be good. And we did it. We did it. We did it. We did it. Rashid says, of course, what you expect in hard workers not paying, the real OGs not paid. I'm not entirely sure what you tried to say there, but I get it. But General Grunt, have you done any other cool new projects since then? General Grunt, repo drivers take so much heat, but I think they love it. I think they might love it too. They might. They might. You might like repossessing somebody's car. Shaw says, most movies don't make a profit due to the marketing budgets and some weird incentives to not make one for tax purposes. Yes, Shaw. Isn't that interesting? Isn't that interesting? I have a theory that a lot of the Disney movies have been bombing on purpose so that they could claim it as a loss on their taxes. So that's just a personal theory that I have. Guys, it says I have a good, solid amount of viewers. If you're one of the viewers that's just viewing and you're enjoying the stream, hop in the chat and talk to us. We talk back. Talk to us about your favorite video games of all time. Talk to us about your favorite console of all time. Or anything else you want to chat about. We're in here chatting. We're having a good time. Rashid says, good for your stream to have these people. I agree, man. There's some really cool people in here. Shaw says, I wouldn't doubt it, bro. I have a feeling that some of those projects bomb intentionally, that they're putting some of these movies out. They're just sending them out to the pasture. Like that new Pixar movie that came out and had the worst box office opening ever for their entire history, for Pixar at least. I'm like, I didn't see marketing for that movie at all. I have a hard time believing that they're greenlighting these films and sending them out to die like that just because. Especially when they're a mega corporation like they are, and they can afford to put a massive marketing budget behind it. The math isn't mathing if you pick up what I'm putting down. It also kind of reminds me of Concord on the PlayStation 5. That game bombed, and they took it off the market after like, what, a week and a half? Could have been some tax incentives there. Put a failed project out. Take it as a loss on your taxes. Something to think about. And Bungie has a game that they just pulled the release date of. Delayed, I should say. I wonder what's going on there, right? Ooh. That's an L. Didn't get an item. That's a bigger L. Blue shell though, that's a dub. Yep, we'll take that. We'll take that. We appreciate that. B-Raz says, don't forget to subscribe if you're new here and are enjoying the stream. Yes, listen to her. She is amazing. Rashid, anti-Disney. General Grunt, you're 100% right. COVID hit Disney hard, so they are making insane budget movies, but only using about 20% of that budget to make the movie, and they pocket the rest to make up for annual loss. Also, if you think Disney plays by common people's tax rules / codes, you haven't been paying attention. Bro, I'm telling you, well, actually you don't know this, I work nearby the Disney campuses, and I see the amount of money these guys are pulling in terms of their vehicles and all of that, and the outfits that they're wearing. The tax codes are tax coding. You know, I see it in real time. It's a lot of fishiness going on, for sure. Shaw says, I mean, WB canceled a lot of films and wrote them off for taxes. It sucks. We almost didn't get the Wile E. Coyote film. And I'm a Destiny 2 player. I've been very on Marathon's development. Basically cut all the PvP developers who were on the Destiny 2 PvP team for it, and now it's probably never going to come out. Christian Orlando said, hi, what's up, Christian? How's your night going? I really don't believe that Marathon is coming out. And especially with all of that stuff that broke out about them stealing art assets and plagiarizing and all that, that's just a whole mess. And then they said it was like one rogue employee in their art department that did that. I was like, so one rogue employee in the art department got past all of the department heads that have to approve everything that goes out? Goodbye. I think that game is dead in the water, and they might push it out to die just like they did with Concord and take it as a tax write-off. Rashid said, Disney's losing. General Grunt says, another project I've been working on has been Sky Oblivion. I'm the lead level designer for Dungeons. It's non-profit, but I love it. Bro, that is sick. That is really awesome. That is really, really awesome, bro. Shout out to you, and those fan-made projects are so serious and super cool. There's a great guy that I like to watch, Maximilian dude, who does like fighting game content, and he went out of his way to revamp Marvel vs. Capcom Infinite recently. And it just released, actually. It was like a fan-made project. And I'm a big fan of those fan-made projects. I don't have a PC, so I can't play them, but I always keep tabs on them and see what people are doing. Just think it's interesting. Like, for instance, earlier this week, Mario Kart 64 got released on the PC, of course unofficially, but modders put it together. They like deconstructed the code and put it back up together, and you can launch it if you have an official ROM, like you have the game, quote unquote, you know what I'm getting at. And then you can play like Mario Kart 64 on the PC in 4K at like 120 frames a second. It's nuts. It's a crazy experience. It's the same guy who did it with Star Fox last year, if you are up on that guy. See, we're having a spirited discussion about Disney in the chat. I will be more than happy to read these out loud. I definitely have some thoughts and feelings about some of these things in here as well. Just got to lock in on this race so I can get into the chat, because I see there's some good chatting going on in the chat. I have a huge lead, guys. Look at the mini-map. Look at the lead that I have on the mini-map. This is nuts. And a blue shell, but it's not gonna hit me. Okay, Rashid said Disney is losing. And then General Grunt said Disney is not losing, Rashid. They have their fingers in a lot of pies. They have opened 6,000 different streams of income since 2019. They don't just put all their eggs into the movie baskets. That is correct. And they own everything. They own everything. They own ABC and ESPN and Disney and Fox and Marvel, and I mean, dude, the list is simply staggering. The things that they own, it is out of control. Maybe General Grunt has deleted scenes in the bag for these movies, which is cool. You never know. He might have something in the archives. Shaw, all the higher-ups are following the artists, so they 100% knew what they were doing. Yes, I saw that those people were following that dude on Twitter, but never interacted with his content, which is crazy. They could have just hired that dude. They could have just hired that dude to work on the game, right? He probably would have been great for Marathon. They could have just hired him instead of stealing his work. Shout out to that dude, wherever he's at. I hope things worked out in his favor. Rashid says, how much Disney owns when compared to Nintendo? Disney owns way more things than Nintendo, bro. Like, infinitely more than Nintendo. Nintendo owns a lot of really esteemed intellectual property, but so does Disney. They're very different, but Disney is definitely bigger. Shaw, I want to play that Sonic 06 project, and I've been wanting to play it. I got Solaris on the 360, but never finished the game. Hey, dude, you should. Sonic 06 needed a lot of help, so maybe now is the best time to play it. General, Disney owns a ton of shares in Nintendo as well. Nintendo's a powerhouse, but most people have no idea what Disney is actually doing. Is absolutely surreal. Shaw says, and as a Steam Deck user, I was very excited to see that Mario 64 stuff, right? It's really cool. I imagine it probably plays like butter on the Steam Deck. Rashid, the chat is burning. Shaw, and how about the fact that Nintendo was started in the 1880s? And what about the fact that they were a toy company initially, and they were making Hanfuda cards, and they're so old now, and their original headquarters is turned into a hotel that you can visit in Japan, which is really cool. Rashid said, I meant Disney losing fans, whoopsie. General Grunt says, same can be said about Disney, Shaw. Yes. Rashid, why Mario old actors left though? I'm not sure what you're talking about. I think maybe you're talking about the movies. That Mario movie was terrible in the 80s. General Grunt, Disney doesn't need fans. They are investors majorities now. They are investors majority now. You probably consume a Disney product a couple times a week. Dude, yes. You're right. Disney owns everything, and are unknowingly consuming their content whether you realize it or not. Daily. 100%. Card games to video games, right? They went from Hanfuda to Nintendo Switch 2. Nintendo is a very, very interesting company. Huge, long legacy, if you think about it. A very unique company. I really would love to visit that Nintendo museum that they opened up one day. That would be really cool. I had a coworker who just went to the Nintendo museum last week, and they said that they brought me something back. They haven't returned from Japan yet, so I'm excited to see what it is. I will definitely show it off on stream whenever I get it. Don't know what it is, but excited to get it. Get out of here, King Boo. I don't know what you think you're doing, bro. Not gonna. Oh, of course, it's a blue shell. Why wouldn't it be? Okay. And lightning, but we got a mushroom to pick up here. Get our momentum all the way back where it's supposed to be. And cut through all of these racers. Boom! There we go. Just don't like the feather. Don't really care for the feather, and I don't really care for the boomerang. Jack Crandall says, hey, what's up, Jack? Hopefully you're having a great day/night. Thanks for stopping by and hopping in the chat. How's everything going? Game 123, I got 3 stars again on the Heart Cup on Knockout Tour. Great work, Game 123. Great work. Rashid says, I love King Boo. I love how King Boo's mouth looks. Me too. It looks really cool. Himinashu says, hi. What's up, Himinashu? I don't know if I said your name correctly, but good to see you. Thanks for stopping by. General Grunt, I have some info on Disney that I can't speak of publicly, but just know they have their fingers in current political and financial institutions. I 100% believe that. The House of Mouse is much more than just cool Marvel movies and Star Wars and Mickey Mouse. They got a lot going on in all aspects of life. Mario Kart is one of the best racing games, Himinashi says. Yes, this is the brand new Mario Kart World on Nintendo Switch 2. Have you had a chance to play it or check it out for yourself, Himinashi? We love Mario Kart around here. Sorry to keep bringing up Disney, but the rabbit hole goes deep. Hey, man, we here talking about anything and everything, bro. Trust me, like I said, I work right nearby those Disney campuses here in California. I see it. I can see it with my eyes, man. I can see what those executives are pulling up into the garage and all that. The money is out of control. Blue shell, I don't want any parts of that. Sorry, I see the chat is going wild again. Give me a second, I gotta lock in on this race here and we gotta wrap it up, and then I'll hop back into the chat and see what we're doing and what we're talking about in there. There's probably some Disney stuff going on in the chat. And we just finished the race. Commanding the lead there too. General Grunt, you got the Reddits though, and General Grunt says, and being involved with a lot of Disney, it's like a different universe the way they run things. It's insanely efficient to make a profit even during natural man-made disaster. They have a fail-safe for everything. I do believe that. I do believe that. Arshiba, why though? Is this came from jealousy or something? Where it all started from? No idea, Rashid. Shah, Disney Star Wars has just been really disappointing, but even with the flop of Acolyte, they probably made more money off the ads they ran than the people who paid for the subscriptions just to watch the show. Dude, you know what's interesting about the Star Wars Disney era is they have like really low lows and then they have really cool highs, right? Like Acolyte was not it, but then you get the Mandalorian and then you get Andor. You know, like, I don't know, it's give and take. You get some good, you get some bad, I guess. I wish it was all fantastic, but unfortunately that hasn't been the case. Alpha Mobile says, Donkey Kong, please. Alpha, oh my gosh, I just saw that. Let me back out and I will change my character and pick Donkey Kong for you right now. We're going to start this right over. Alpha, stay in the chat because we're going to run it as Donkey Kong. We're going to do it for you and we're going to do it for Donkey Kong Bonanza that comes out next month. Let's run Donkey Kong. There we go. And we're doing mirror mode, Lightning Cup. Going after that 3-star completion. General Grunt says Disney is not a company anymore. It's a movement that has gained pure traction through consumers. Shaw says Andor Season 2 has some really great moments. General Grunt, anyways, tinfoil hat is off. The pills just kicked in. Rashid, I don't think Disney needs to be the king of the Western entertainment or being hip with the new kids. But unfortunately, they kind of are the king of Western entertainment. In more ways. Because I'm sure a lot of what you said was accurate. More than we may know. There's a lot going on, man. There's a lot going on. There's a lot going on in the world. Every day there's a new crazy headline. But I do appreciate you guys hanging out and kicking it with me on Mario Kart Worlds tonight. Being in the chat. You know what I mean? Subscribing, watching the live, having a good time. Usually I play with the viewers as well. Like Game 123, who's in the chat. Me and him were playing Mario Kart for hours and hours and hours yesterday. Raichu He was one of the moderators here. We've played before. We played Mario Kart. We've played Marvel Rivals, amongst other things. So today I've just been doing some solo Mario Kart World. But it's really nice to have you guys hanging out in the chat with me. I do appreciate it. If you haven't subscribed, consider subscribing and hitting the like on the live stream. It helps me out. Helps me get more viewers so I can continue to do streams just like this. Shout out to Alpha, who wanted me to play as Donkey Kong. I'm planning on playing Donkey Kong Bonanza on stream when it releases next month. And I'm planning to do a 100% playthrough of Donkey Kong Bonanza as well, which I will be streaming entirely on YouTube. So if you're interested in Donkey Kong Bonanza, the next big Switch 2 game, consider hitting the subscription button for me so you can keep up with that as that happens. Lazul GD says hello. What's up? How you doing? I like your profile picture of Yoshi. Hopefully you're having a great night. Thanks for stopping by and hanging out. We're playing some Mario Kart World on the Nintendo Switch 2. Dude, I just used the super horn. You're kidding me, bro. I just used it. Oh, man. And now we gotta restart, because we're going after the 3-star. Of course, this game is addicting so bad. But we're gonna continue as Donkey Kong, don't worry about that. We are gonna continue as Donkey Kong. Let's try the charging truck. Once again, if you're one of the viewers here and you haven't been in the chat, talk to us in the chat. We talk right back. Consider subscribing to keep up with me. And if you want to really, really keep up with me and join my Discord, I have the Discord invite link or link to join my Discord in my YouTube link, my YouTube bio. The link is in there. Lazul says, I've never told anyone online. I'm not even sure people believe me, but I got like 10 or 11 in the world on time trials for Excite Bike Arena. Bro, that is huge. You should post video of that online so you have that proof to show people. You should put that right up there so people can see that. That is incredible. That's really dope. Rashid says, that's rad. Yeah, dude, that's super rad. Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, I forgot to clarify. Either way, man, that's huge. You should put that on YouTube. You should let people see that. Upload that. You should. Oh, man, okay. Sorry, I see you in the chat. I gotta lock in and finish this lap here, and then I'll get right back to the chat so I can read that message out loud. I I'm very interested in hearing that story. Okay, here we go. Rashid said Mario Kart 8 Deluxe still popping to this day. Of course it is. They sold like 60-some million copies of that game, so of course it's still going to be popping. Lazul says, Lazuli GD, I got it at my friend's during New Year's Eve. Not even on my account. I never played professionally, nor played for more than 30 minutes at a time with my siblings. It was like 52 seconds or something like that. That is very, very impressive. Shaw says, I know it'll probably never happen, but I kind of hope that Nintendo eventually makes its own PC launcher for games, kind of like Epic Game Store or something. You know what? I don't think that'll happen. I think Nintendo will be the last holdout. I think they'll be the true final destination to get exclusive games. Because as we see with the Xbox right now, Microsoft, those games are all coming to the PC and have been for years, but also coming to PlayStation 5. They will continue to do that, most likely on the PlayStation 6. And they're going to start bringing games over to the Nintendo Switch 2 eventually. I think we'll see some announcements in the next Nintendo Direct. And PlayStation is similarly doing the same. They're moving their games. First of all, a number of the early PS5 games were also available on the PS4. Talking about exclusives like Spider-Man Miles Morales, for instance. Not even a true PlayStation 5 exclusive, but was also available on the PS4. And then they've also started the initiative of moving their games to PC as well. Granted, most of them are not day and date releases. They come a little bit later down the line, but they still are not truly exclusive to the PlayStation ecosystem anymore. So I think Nintendo will be the last holdout, the final holdout for exclusive games that you can only get on Nintendo hardware. And I really think they're going to continue to buck that trend of moving multi-platform. I think they like being the only place that you can get their stuff, and they don't want to change that for any reason. Would it be nice? Sure, but I just don't think it'll happen. Granted, we do have some of their offerings on mobile platforms like the iPhone, like Mario Kart Tour and stuff, but those games are not really fully featured, you know. So it'll be interesting to see how that goes on. Also forgot to mention that PlayStation has, it's not a first-party title because it was a Lego game, but you know what, it is Horizon Zero Dawn, right? They put that Lego Horizon game on the Switch. If you remember, I gotta restart. Rashid said, does it really matter which vehicle and wheel you choose for the kart speed? To Lazuli. Shah to Rashid. Shah, that ain't Nintendo, it's not in their console. Ju says Lazuli noob. Okay. Rashid, I don't remember my kart combo, lol. I never got into Mario Kart besides that summoning salt video. That's Lazuli that says that. Shah, they also have incentive to keep things in their ecosystem like that. It sells more copies of their devices. I agree. I think they really like that. They like being the only place that you can get their content. They've even gone out of their way to... They have that Nintendo Today app where they just announced the release date of that wheelchair basketball game. Like, they didn't even give that to the press. And through them only. To get their software, you got to get their hardware. To get their news, you got to get their app, you know? You want to listen to their music, you got to get their music app. Lazuli said, I haven't played in over a year. Should I get into it competitively? I think you should, man. You definitely should. If you have the ability to, maybe consider getting into Mario Kart World competitive scene. The competitive scene of Mario Kart World is still brand new, you know? Great time to enter it. And apparently the things you can do on Mario Kart World are just crazy. Like the shortcuts people are doing. I don't know if you've seen any YouTube shorts or TikTok videos or Instagram reels or some of the tricks that people are doing on Mario Kart World. It is like actually insane. And I'm like decent at Mario Kart. You know, I'm not the best in the world or anything, but I'm solid. I could hold my own. I've been attempting some of these videos, some of the tricks that I see in the videos, and I'm like, I can't believe people are even doing this. And the game's only been out for like 2 weeks too. It's like super impressive. Oh, I also forgot to mention, this is more towards Shaw. I know I mentioned the PlayStation moving to PC and also to Nintendo Switch slightly. They did the Lego Horizon game, but they also did Freedom Wars, which was a PSP game. And that got remastered recently, and it's out on the PS5, PS4, PS5, and the Switch. I believe maybe also PC. I'm not sure about that, don't quote me. But they're also doing Patapon 1 and 2. The Patapon 1 and 2 collection, I believe, comes out next month, which is, once again, first-party Sony IP coming to a Nintendo handheld, Nintendo platform. Very unusual times we're in. Very, very unusual times. And the blue shell is coming my way. And lightning on top of it. And here comes the blue shell. Sheesh. But I had a really commanding lead here, so it looks like I'm going to be fine. Rashid, they claim some PS games will be welcome in the Switch 2. Yes. I don't know about Astro Bot coming to the Nintendo Switch 2. I don't think they'll do that, but that would be really cool. Isn't it funny how great Astro Bot is? And it is basically just a lesser Mario game. Rashid said, "Where's Reggie at? He can't this person in the media." Reggie is no longer with Nintendo. I think he works for GameStop. Let me pause so I can read. Xbox itself, Shaw says Xbox itself has banked on Game Pass since you no longer really need the Xbox itself to play games. You just need a controller. I have a Series X, so I don't have to worry about it. And I'm game sharing with a friend who has Game Pass. Shaw, I do the exact same thing as you. I have an Xbox Series X, and my friend pays for Game Pass, and we game share together. And we've been doing this for many, many years, and I love my Xbox Series X. Lazuli says, I've gotten into Geometry Dash in recent years. It's way more interesting than you'd think. I've never heard of it. That sounds really cool, though. Game 123, I got 3 stars again on the Acorn Cup on Knockout Tour. Shout out to Game 123 in the chat. He's a really, really good Mario Kart World player. Shaw, you can play Halo on it. I don't know if the Gears of War Reloaded is coming to the Switch 2, though. Here's the thing, dude. I don't know what JU is saying thanks, bro, too, but shout out to you. Rashid, can't see him in media. I 100% believe Halo and Gears of War is coming to the Switch, too. It's just a matter of time. You know, Forza was one of the big tentpole titles, and they announced it for PlayStation, and it's out. It did well. They also did some smaller titles like Grounded and Hi-Fi Rush, and then Sea of Thieves, and then they announced Gears of War Reloaded, which is coming to the PS5. I think it'll come to the Switch too. It might not come right away, but it'll be there. Will it be the best place to play Gears of War Reloaded? Maybe not. But it'll be very interesting to see it on a Nintendo console. Also, I don't know if you saw the box art for the PS5 version. I thought that was crazy. Just seeing Gears of War and the PlayStation logo next to each other just felt weird. Guys, would you believe this is Choco Mountain from the N64? The way that they changed this map up so much, it's like night and day. This is like a totally other, entirely different level. I like the charging chucks throwing footballs at you too. It's a nice touch. Can't see my media. I play with sunglasses to protect me. Right on, Rashid. Shaw says, you can't wait to see... Yeah, I can't wait to see the skins of Master Chief on Gears characters for PS5. What a crazy sentence that is. Well, it'll happen, though. It's coming. It's just a matter of when, not if. Guys, if you're one of the people that's watching my stream, consider hopping in the chat and talking to us. Talk to us, we talk back. I've been streaming for 3 hours straight. I've been playing Mario Kart World. If you've been watching my stream and you're not subscribed to me, consider hitting the subscribe button. I really would appreciate it, and it helps me out a lot. I'm trying to go after 600 subs, so that would be really awesome to help me hit that 600 sub mark. I'm also really new, so any and all subs are greatly appreciated. It helps the channel out a lot because I am new and I am a small channel. Also, consider hitting the like button on the stream. It helps out a lot. It helps visibility of the stream so more people can see it and more people can hop in the chat with us. We're talking about anything and everything. If you're watching and you're not chatting, we're talking about tinfoil conspiracies with Disney. We're talking about our favorite video games of all time. We're talking about PlayStation exclusives going to PC. We're talking about Xbox exclusives going to PC and Nintendo Switch 2 and PlayStation 5 and anything that can connect to the internet, because anything is an Xbox now. We could even talk about the Xbox ROG Ally if you want. Oh, what's happening here? That's bad. That was really bad. Oh boy, Shaw, I see you sent me a message there. I got you. Just give me a second. Gotta lock in on this final lap here. Alright, here we go. Lazuli says, Geometry Dash is infamous for being deceptively hard. It's so simple since there's only one input, but it's argued that some of the levels are more difficult than Elden Ring, even the DLCs. Wow. And creating levels is an art form. Rashid said, bye, boss. Rashid, if you're leaving, thank you so much for stopping by. You have a great rest of your day. Thank you so much for being in the chat. Please consider hitting the subscribe button so you can keep up with me and catch me on the next stream. A Halo branded Switch 2 might actually make me purchase it on the spot. Shaw says. He also says, but did you see that Nintendo is shutting down servers for Mario Maker? Yes, I did see that they're shutting down the servers. Is that just for the original Mario Maker? Because I imagine Mario Maker 2 servers are still going to be active. Can somebody confirm that in the chat? I feel like it's Mario Maker 1 servers that are being shut down, not Super Mario Maker 2. And if they are shutting down the servers on Mario Maker 2, then that just tells us that Mario Maker 3 is right around the corner. And it'll be even better and easier to design courses now that you have mouse controls. That was a big complaint compared to Super Mario Maker 2. The original Super Mario Maker is you didn't have that touch screen and the stylus that you had on Super Mario Maker 1. It was like much easier to make levels and courses compared to the Switch 2. You said it is just the first game. Shaw confirmed it. Yes, I did hear about that, and I assumed it was the first game, not the second. You know what's interesting is I made a couple of cool levels on the original Mario Maker. I'm about to get hit. Oh my gosh. Yeah, let's see where it places me, though. Let's see where it places me. Interesting. Didn't think it would place me back midair. I made a couple cool levels on the original Mario Maker, and when Mario Maker 2 came out, I just opted to literally just recreate the levels that I made in Mario Maker 1 on Mario Maker 2. So I imagine, not that that's a good solution, but I imagine that there might be some people who have some really amazing levels on Mario Maker 1 that they might just remake on Mario Maker 2 if they haven't already. But that does suck. But also at the same time, I don't really expect them to continue having Wii U game servers open when they're now on the Nintendo Switch 2. So, I mean, it sucks, but understandable at the same time. Lazuli says Mario Maker's hardest levels versus Geometry Dash hardest levels is a matchup I'd love to see. Lamy Aubrey, is the Switch 2 really worth it? Yes, I would say it is worth it. If you never owned an original Nintendo Switch, you can get the Nintendo Switch 2 and you can get all the great new exclusive games for the Nintendo Switch 2, but also a huge back catalog of games on the original Nintendo Switch that are some of the best games ever made, and you can play them on the Switch 2, and they have performance upgrades and enhancements and run better than ever before. So the answer is yes. You should, if you have the ability to get a Nintendo Switch 2, you definitely should consider getting one. Shaw says, I wouldn't doubt it if a third Mario Maker is on the way, maybe with a more 3D game space mode. If they went to 3D game creation, like courses in Super Mario Maker 3, that would be incredible. Could you imagine that? I can't even fathom what that would look like. The current hardest level in Geometry Dash has over 200 frame perfects in the span of a minute. That is absolutely crazy. 60 FPS and 120 FPS. Shaw, I never got to play Mario Maker 2. It is a really great game. It's a really great game, bro. If you get the chance, you should check it out. Lame Aubrey says, I feel like Nintendo favored the Wii U games on the Switch because Wii U had the most successful games. No, the Wii U didn't sell. They sold 13 million units of the Wii U worldwide. It was a tremendous commercial failure, and everyone was praying and hoping that Nintendo would go under and become third party. But despite that, they made really great games on the Wii U, like Mario Kart 8 like Super Mario 3D World, like Pikmin 3, like The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild, to name a few. There were some really outstanding Wii U games, like Hyrule Warriors, etc., etc. And they put all of that development into those games and money and time, etc. And nobody bought them because they were on a system that nobody bought. So when they made their next system, the Nintendo Switch, smartly they decided to port those games over to the Switch, which was effectively a brand new audience for them because, remember, only 13 million people bought Wii U's and 150 million plus people have bought the original Switch now. So they had so many more people to sell these games to. And we can see that. I believe Mario Kart 8 sold, was it like 5 million or 8 million copies on the Wii U? And it ended up selling like 62 million copies on the Switch. So they made some really great games on the Wii U. The Wii U was an awesome little console for the handful of people who owned it. I was one of them. But unfortunately, they made some, or maybe fortunately, they made some really cool games for that system, but nobody bought the system. So they had a system that was selling like hotcakes with the original Switch, and they ported all those great games over to the Switch from the Wii U. There is one game that they never did bring over that I'm still questioning how that didn't happen, was Yoshi's Woolly World. It was a fantastic Yoshi game that is still trapped on the Wii U. One of the last games that was trapped on the Wii U was Xenoblade Chronicles X, and that recently just got ported over to the Nintendo Switch, the original Nintendo Switch. But somehow Yoshi's Woolly World still doesn't exist on the Switch. I don't know what that's about. That is a fantastic game and should be played by more people. Rashid says, just buy the Switch to ignore the media. I created levels in Super Mario Maker 2. Yeah, it's a great console. Lame Aubrey says, I still don't understand the thought process of not making GameCube games compatible with the original Switch. I feel like they should and need to be. I disagree. I don't think the GameCube games would run well on the Nintendo Switch. I don't think so. I think a handful of them would run well, but not all of them. I don't think there are games, obviously, on the GameCube that would run fine on the original Switch, but there's other games that wouldn't. And remember, you have the ability to play online with your friends on NSO, so it's also possible that that experience would not have worked on the original Nintendo Switch. And also, they do need to incentivize people to buy the new system. So it kind of makes sense. I think there's hardware limitations at play with the original Nintendo Switch, and I also think they're trying to sell the new system, and rightfully so. That original Nintendo Switch is operating on 2015 hardware, and we are in 2025. So we got to get people off of that system and to move on to the next. As much as we want to hold on to our beloved Nintendo Switch, the original Nintendo Switch is 8 years old. Don't forget. It's okay. It's okay to move on. Can't quite read the chat. I will get back to the chat in a second. I just can't quite read it and race at the same time. I apologize. I can, but not on tracks like this where there's a lot of turns. And I gotta pay attention, otherwise I'm gonna drive off the course or into a wall. And remember, this is my last Mirror Mode Cup that I have to do in order to get my 3 stars, so I really would love to get this done in one take here and not have to retry this cup. Because this one has Rainbow Road in it too, by the way, and that one's a long track. Got my super horn saved just in case a blue shell comes my way. Oh, okay. And here comes the blue shell. Am I still going to be able to finish? I think I'll be just fine. Look at that. Okay, here we go. Rashid said, is that why we got so many deluxes in the Switch, on the Switch? Yes, that is exactly why that happened. They brought over Super Mario 3D World. They brought over Super Mario U. They brought over Mario Kart. They brought over Pokken Tournament. They brought over... Well, they didn't bring Splatoon 2. They made a sequel. They made Splatoon 3. They brought over Tokyo Mirage Sessions. They brought over Xenoblade Chronicles X. And there's more. I might not even think... Let's look at my games. I have a ton of them. Let's look so I can answer your question. They brought over Tokyo Mirage Sessions. They brought over... what else? Donkey Kong Country Tropical Freeze was a Wii U game. Remember that? Bayonetta 2 was a Wii U game as well. Pikmin 3. They brought over... What else? No, that wasn't that. The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild was a Wii U game. There's a few more here. Pikmin 3. Captain Toad Treasure Tracker was another one. Super Smash Bros. Ultimate is not quite a port, but a sort of reimagining of Super Smash Bros. For Wii U. Let me see what else we got here in the chat. Shaw says it's because they wanted to use it as a way to push more consoles and subs to have on their subscription service. I think this is talking about GameCube. Yes. Game 1, 2, 3, I got 3 stars on Blue Shell Cup on Knockout Tour. Right on, bro, right on. Vamps_J. After a long time thinking, I didn't buy a Switch 2. Instead, I invested that money in gold. What do you think about this? Vamps_J. That is a great financial decision for you. W on you, bro. If you have the money and you'd rather invest in yourself and invest in your investment portfolio or something like gold, that's a fantastic decision, bro. Lame Aubrey says, do you think DS Nintendo Switch Online will be added to the Switch 2 because of cursor/mouse controls? I think it is absolutely possible. I do think it is absolutely possible. I think there is a chance that we get DS games on the Nintendo Switch 2. We did get DS games on the Wii U, so they already know they can do it, and now that you have mouse controls, it's possible. And maybe that's why they put mouse controls in the first place, is to substitute not having the touch screen. It could be that that's why they did that. Lazuli says, if you want views, you can make a video about / react to the hardest Geometry Dash levels, and you got a few thousand right there. Hey, I might have to. Rashid said, don't forget about Yoshi's Crafted World. Yes, Yoshi's Crafted World is a fantastic game. Lazuli says, I didn't realize just how much of a commercial failure the Wii U is, I guess. Yes. Remember, the Nintendo Switch 1 has sold 150 million plus, and the original Wii U only sold like 13 million. It was a huge failure. So they made a few really great games on the Wii U, and they wanted to recoup their investment in those games with development time and money and marketing that they put into those games. They wanted to recoup their losses on the Wii U, and they brought those games forward onto the Switch, which was a really smart idea. Shaw says, I do think that Wind Waker may have caused Switch 1 to catch on fire. I agree. I 100% agree. I don't think there are some games that I just don't think would have worked on the Switch 1. Remember, the Switch 1 is running off of a 2015 hardware chipset. It's a lot going on. Lame Aubrey says, I don't understand why Switch didn't make Mario Online. That was a missed opportunity. I'm not sure what Mario game you're referring to. Banger267, what's up, bro? Good to see you again, man. I hope you're having a great night or a great day wherever you're at. Lame Aubrey, do you think Nintendo will stop at the 3DS in terms of Nintendo Switch Online? I think it'll be a long time until we see 3DS games on Nintendo Switch Online. That might be something they save for the Nintendo Switch 3. I mean, because we're talking about GameCube just being added onto Nintendo Switch Online. Now remember, we have the NES, we have Super Nintendo, we have Game Boy, Game Boy Color, Game Boy Advance, N64, and we have GameCube now. And we also have Sega Genesis. We're just now getting GameCube. I don't know that they're going to go crazy and take us all the way to the 3DS. We still have to get DS, right? And we have to see if that's something they even attempt to do, which they might with the mouse controls. It might work out, it might make sense. And then we still also have to consider, what about the Wii? Will Wii games come to NSO? Is that something that they'll aim to do? And what about Wii U games? Will we cross that path? You know, I mean, there's a lot of questions. I don't know. Certainly, we will get there, but what that will look like and when that happens, I don't know. I don't think you'll see Wii. Maybe see Wii at when the Switch 2 is like 4 years old, 5 years old, maybe. And maybe also DS. But 3DS, Wii games, I don't know, you know? Wii U games, I think that's a whole other conversation. I think you maybe have to get into the Nintendo Switch 3 territory, and that might be 10 years from now, 9 years from now, 8 years from now, who knows? Boys, we're locked in on this race. We are really locked in. We're doing great. Mario Bros. U online, I don't understand why the Switch didn't make it a thing. I think probably because if you look at Super Mario Maker 2, the online doesn't work very well. So they probably couldn't figure it out. Because, you know, Nintendo's historically pretty behind when it comes to online play. Maybe it was something they just couldn't figure out. That really might have been the issue, I don't know. Chaotic Aiden is in the chat. What up, Aiden? Lazuli, I'm probably going to head to bed for the night. Good luck. Lazuli, I really do appreciate you stopping by. If you haven't subscribed, consider subscribing so you can keep up with me and catch me on the next live, bro. Thank you so much for being in the chat and talking to us. Appreciate you, man. Banger, do you remember the original Mario Battle Royale type game that was out for a limited time with 100 players? And when you die, you got knocked out until the last one played. Are you talking about Mario 35? Or are you talking about... Was that on the Wii U? Or was that on the 3DS? I vaguely remember this. Was that on the Wii U? I don't remember now anymore. I remember this vaguely, but I think I might be remembering Mario 35. Guys, driving to Rainbow Road is so epic. The way that they did this is a chef's kiss. fun fact. Rashid says, fun fact. Mario Kart World with 24 players is adopted from Mario Kart 8 minigame with riding a bicycle and 30 players. Did not know that. Did not know that at all. Sorry, chat. I'm going to get to you guys when I can. I'm on my last track, which is Rainbow Road on mirror mode on the final cup. And I've been trying to 3-star all of these cups on mirror mode, which is a challenge. And this is the last track I need to do to complete every single cup. So I got to lock in and complete this, so I never have to do it again. I will get to the chat when I can. Lane Aubrey says, I know I shouldn't believe everything on the internet, but I did read somewhere that the Wii NSO is confirmed to happen. Nintendo has never officially announced that, so whatever you read was not true. Just so you know. Nintendo would have that all over their website. They would be advertising that because that would be a big time feature. That is not something that they've advertised or announced whatsoever. Right now, the only thing that they've recently announced in terms of Nintendo Switch Online is GameCube. And GameCube is brand new and it's only been out for like 2 weeks on the Switch 2. They have not made any announcements about the Wii coming to NSO or the DS or the 3DS or the Wii U or any of that. Just the GameCube. I would like to see the Wii come to Nintendo Switch Online, but I don't know how long it's going to take for that to happen. Look at the train, guys. How cool is this? Rainbow Road is just hits different. You know, we hadn't had a new Rainbow Road in a decade. And they said, you know what, we got to hit it out of the park. And boy, did they. This new Rainbow Road is just nuts, dude. I have a pretty commanding lead, just as I say that I get hit by lightning, but I do have a pretty good lead here. See if I can maintain it for the final lap. Ooh, that's what I get for not looking in front of me. There we go. Let's lock in. We gotta do this. I don't want to do this cup over again. I would love for this to be a one-take situation. Here we go. We're coming up on the last stretch here. There we go. Let's go, boys. Looks like we completed the Grand Prix Mirror Mode Cup. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Chaotic 8 and 20 said, just finished tonight's One Piece binge with my friends and finished the Dressrosa arc. I'm not familiar with One Piece at all, but right on. I hope you're enjoying that. Banger 267 said Mario 35, yeah, on Switch. That game was awesome. I'm actually so sad they got rid of it. I don't know why they got rid of it. They should have just kept it. We still have Tetris 99 and we have F-Zero 99. I don't know why they got rid of Mario. They should have kept it. F4ABL says Rainbow Road, so cool, nice. Drifting. That combination. Oh, excuse me. Shaw says, I do still think that this game in a double dash with a more Ubisoft or Zelda-like open world would be so cool. I agree with that. I think that would be crazy. F4ABL agrees that that combination would be fire. Shaw says, still praying that we get a Transformers racing game. Don't know why. Just always wanted. That would be cool. Lame Aubrey, did the 3DS sell more than the Wii U? If not, that's actually really, really shocking because the 3DS was a fantastic console. Lame Aubrey, yes. The 3DS far, far, far outsold the Wii U. I'll tell you right now. The Wii U, or excuse me, the 3DS sold 75.94 million units worldwide. So let's just round up. They sold 76 million units. And how many did the Wii U sell? The Wii U sold 13.5. So we're comparing 13 million to 76 million. It's a huge, 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 huge difference in sales. And funnily enough, the 3DS was considered a failure compared to the original DS, because remember, that's 76 million units sold of the 3DS, but the original Nintendo DS sold 154 million units. So the Nintendo Switch is a return to form. It is sold about 152 million units, and remember, the Nintendo DS sold 154 million. F4ABL, a Transformers racing game with flying and guns would be sick. I 100% agree. That would be really cool. Do I get anything for it? I got this sticker that says Boost. No. So I didn't get anything for completing the Grand Prix in mirror mode. And let me just confirm that I did that with 3 stars, correct? Just to double check. Double check here. 3 stars, 3 stars, 3 stars, 3 stars, 3 stars, 3 stars, and you guessed it, 3 stars. So we didn't get anything. So maybe I gotta do Knockout Tour. Let's see what happens. Mirror mode unlocked. Golden Rally. Shaw says, this is a personal project I want to make eventually that would be a Transformers Souls-like with a Grimlock from Fall of Cybertron. Sadly, High Moon is in the COD mines forever. That would be crazy. Rashid said, I'm waiting for the moment. Finally. Chaotic 8, congrats. Game 123, I got 3 stars again on the Moon Cup on Knockout Tour. Shout out to you, Game 123. Rashid, big W in the chat. Shout out to Game 123 for a W. Lame Aubrey, that's depressing. Rashid, that's all. Same credit scene. What was the point of 100%? Wild and Tasty. What's up, Wild and Tasty? Are you feeling tasty and wild tonight? Rashid, oh man. Yeah, Lame Aubrey, that is depressing. The Wii U was a tremendous commercial failure, and the 3DS was more successful, but also about half as successful as the original Nintendo DS. So what happened with the Wii U and the 3DS was they saw that the writing was kind of on the wall for them in terms of home consoles, and they decided to pivot, and they consolidated their development studios, because they had development studios that only made 3DS games, and then they had development studios that only made Wii U games. So they consolidated those teams, and they said all the teams now make games for one system, and that system was the Nintendo Switch. And we can see that that was successful for them, with the Nintendo Switch selling about 150 million plus units worldwide. And now we have the Nintendo Switch 2. So there was a time, I remember on the internet, there was a time when people were saying, oh, Nintendo shouldn't do home consoles anymore, they should just become third-party games on the Xbox and the PlayStation, stuff like that. But They had different ideas, clearly. They had a game plan, and it worked out. So it'll be interesting to see if the Nintendo Switch 2 can be as successful, if not more successful, than the original Nintendo Switch. Because it has some big shoes to fill. 152 million units sold is absurd. And remember, the highest selling console of all time is the PS2 with 160 million units. So they're chasing the PS2 even. And I'm not going to get 3 stars here. Got to restart. Wild and Tasty gave a thumbs up with the emoji in there. Good to see you, Wild and Tasty. She said, hello, nerdy. Shaw says, it's also sad that currently it's unknown if there will be a sequel to Transformers 1. Paramount has no plans to make a sequel at this time. You never know, dude. Transformers is a big intellectual property, so it's possible at any given time that they might be working on something, but it's hard to say, you know? It is hard to say. Now, to get 3 stars in Knockout Tour, you actually have to get first every single lap. So that's why I restarted right away, if you were wondering what that was about. Guys, we are at 589 subs. I'm 11 subs away from hitting 600 subs, so if you're one of the people that's watching or in the chat and you're somehow not subscribed to me, hit the sub button. Let's go after that 600 sub mark. And if you're one of the guys in the chat and you're having a great time and you want to connect with me outside of YouTube, I am at A Tribe Called Gaming on all social media platforms. You can find me on TikTok, you can find me on Instagram, you can find me on Twitter, etc. Just type in A Tribe Called Gaming and you will find me. And if you want to do more than that, you can get into my Discord. I have a link in my bio on YouTube where you can join my Discord and keep up with me and message me directly. And we can talk about games and we can talk about all things that we love about gaming. And also, you'll be able to find out directly from me when I'm going live next and what I'm up to. So consider connecting with me if you haven't. Here we go. Now, the name of the game when it comes to Knockout Tour is you gotta get 20 coins and you gotta get ahead early. The 20 coins thing is crucial. If you don't have 20 coins, you can't hit your top speed. The coins are vital to allowing you to hit your top speed. So you need your top speed and you need to be in first as you cross each checkpoint or lap. If you are in second in one of the laps, you're not going to get 3 stars. So it's super vital that you perform well here. Look at that. That was cool. Got a cool crown on Wario's head too. It is very busy. It's a lot going on with this hat he's wearing also. Man, I thought I was going to unlock that long neck bird as a driver. That's one of the characters I don't have. And a blue shell. Banger, have you played the enhanced version of Zelda Breath of the Wild or Tears of the Kingdom? I have not. I have them. I just haven't done it. I did absolutely everything I wanted to do on Breath of the Wild. I didn't 100% it, but I got close. If you know what I mean. I played it for like 150 hours or something crazy. And Tears of the Kingdom, similarly, I beat the game. I didn't do all the shrines. I did do all the shrines on Breath of the Wild, but I did not do all the shrines on Tears of the Kingdom. So if I wanted to, there is something for me to do on Tears of the Kingdom, but Breath of the Wild, I kind of did everything, so I haven't checked it out. Is that something you'd be interested in seeing me play on stream? Let me know. Banger, again, one of the things that I have been playing on my Switch 2 that isn't Mario Kart World is actually Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, which had huge enhancements. A little bit different than Tears of the Kingdom and Breath of the Wild, though, but definitely had its own set of enhancements that have effectively made the games playable now. Because Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, while they got great enhancements, they were playable games, you know. They were still full featured and definitely playable experiences. But Pokemon Scarlet, Violet, a little bit rough, to say the least. And it's like night and day. The difference is just incredible. I was just asking to hear what you think about the graphics. So I haven't personally played, but I have looked up videos. I looked up reviews and people's thoughts on them as well, just out of curiosity. I think they look incredible. Again, this is not from my own gameplay, but checking out people's reviews and stuff. Wow. And I spent over 100 hours plus in both games, so I know them quite well. I think the graphics look incredible. I think the fact that the game's now running at 60 frames a second instead of 30 is phenomenal, and that's how they should have been when they released originally. But obviously, once again, the original Switch was dated hardware even when it came out, and it was brand new in 2017. And also, it's easy to forget, but Breath of the Wild is a Wii U game. So it already had some limitations just with that being the case. So it is really, really cool to see what they were able to do, and the fact that those games run at a locked 60 now is phenomenal. Kudos to them. Kudos to them. What I do want to see is them to go back. I want to see them go back into the back catalog of games. Games like Xenoblade 2, Xenoblade 3, Xenoblade Chronicles X, Paper Mario, The Thousand Year Door. I want to see that game run at 60 frames a second. I want to see them dig into the catalog and upgrade some of these other really great games that they have in their catalog and just get them to where they should be. I know they already are doing that. They did drop a Splatoon 3 update. They dropped, I think it was like Brain Age Academy. The Legend of Zelda Echoes of Wisdom, Link's Awakening also got upgrades, updates. But I do want to see them dip into the pool and get a couple more games. Because they have a lot. They have a lot of really great Nintendo Switch 1 exclusive games that could certainly benefit from the Nintendo Switch 2. I would love to see them dip into that pool. Or I guess I should dip into that well. You know what I mean. You said, Banger said I had no idea Breath of the Wild was a Wii U game. Yes, dude. Oh, look at what I get for looking at the chat. Look at what I get for looking at the chat. Oh my gosh, dude. It's okay, we were able to recover, but that was dangerous. And we got our first Knockout Tour Mirror Mode Cup completed. Let me see. You said, Banger said, I'm so keen to play Zelda. I haven't finished Breath of the Wild, and I haven't started Tears of the Kingdom. Oh my gosh. Dude, please do. Get on Breath of the Wild and experience that game, especially if you have a Nintendo Switch 2. Play it on the Nintendo Switch 2. And play Tears of the Kingdom on the Nintendo Switch 2. You're going to have the best experience. Far and away, you're going to have the best experience. Shaw says, I do hope that Pokemon Legends ZA is going to be good. It's going to be wild to be able to see the difference of it on Switch 1 and Switch 2 at launch. I know, right? That's going to be absolutely insane to see how terrible it runs on the original Switch and how much better it runs on the Switch 2. Fun fact, the Nintendo Switch 2 physical version is going to be one of those cool cartridges where you can put the cartridge into your Nintendo Switch 2 and play the Nintendo Switch 2 version. But also, you can take that Nintendo Switch 2 cartridge and put it in your original Nintendo Switch and play the Nintendo Switch 1 version of Pokemon Legends ZA. That is really cool. Banger, I had no idea Breath of the Wild was a Wii U game. I'm going to play it on the Switch 2. Yes, you should. Yes, Breath of the Wild was originally developed and released for the Nintendo Wii U. It kind of went through development hell on the Wii U, but they've managed to release it. And it came out the exact same day as the Nintendo Switch 1. I believe that was March 3rd, 2017. So nobody talked about the Wii U version or even cared about the Wii U version. Everyone just moved on to the Nintendo Switch right away, and I think a lot of people forget that it was actually developed and released for the Nintendo Wii U as well, and it had some features that the Nintendo Switch version didn't have, like the gamepad, you having the second screen. It had some things you could do on the screen that you couldn't do on the Wii U because you just didn't have that second screen. So it actually does have something that the Switch 1 version doesn't have. But yes, if you have the ability to play Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom on the Switch 2, you absolutely should. And the fact that you've never played Tears of the Kingdom, you're going to have the time of your life playing Tears of the Kingdom on the Switch 2. I'm actually kind of envious of people who get to experience Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom for the first time in general, but the fact that there are people who are getting to play them for the first time on the Switch 2, I just know they're absolutely thriving. Those are some of the best games ever made. Point blank period. Some of the best games ever made. Breath of the Wild is a stellar game, and what's crazy is Tears of the Kingdom's like even better. It's madness. It's absolute madness what they were doing over there at Nintendo. Those developers should be applauded. Dude, how is... That's on me for driving in the middle of the road, but man, I thought I was safe there. Can I do it? Nope. Gotta restart this. Guys. It says I have like 20 viewers in the chat. If you're one of the viewers that's watching right now, first of all, I appreciate you. Thank you for stopping by. But consider hopping in the chat and talking to us. We talk right back. Right now, we're talking about the Nintendo Switch 2, and we're talking about Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. Shaw says, I do wish Tears of the Kingdom had more DLCs for it. Well, Tears of the Kingdom didn't get any DLC at all. And I think they did that intentionally. They did that on purpose so they could end development and move on to the next Zelda. I think they did that 100% intentionally. As we know, Breath of the Wild got DLC, but Tears of the Kingdom didn't get any. They did release a bunch of amiibo after the fact, and even released some like 2 weeks ago with the Nintendo Switch. 3 weeks ago now almost. But the amiibo doesn't really count as DLC. Shaw said, but the fact that we didn't get one makes me think we're going to get an open world Zelda on the Switch 2. Yeah, of course. We're 100% getting a new Zelda on the Switch 2. And they definitely didn't do DLC so that they could start development on that new Zelda game right away. I know that's why they did it. They wanted to move on from Tears of the Kingdom and get into the next Zelda right away. What's nice is they were able to deliver us The Legend of Zelda Echoes of Wisdom, which is a much smaller game, but they were able to give us a new Zelda game last year, which I thought was really cool. And this year we're getting a new Zelda Hyrule Warriors game as well, which is kind of a continuation of what they did with Age of Calamity, which was a prequel to Breath of the Wild. I forget what it's called on the Switch 2, but they're doing a new one for the Switch 2 that's going to be based on Tears of the Kingdom, where Age of Calamity was based on Breath of the Wild and being a prequel. It's going to be cool to get a new Hyrule Warriors that'll run well, and it'll be at 60 frames a second too, by the way. That'll be exciting. Hyrule Warriors was so fun. Yeah, dude, it was awesome. Hyrule Warriors was a great game. Really cool game. And then they also did Fire Emblem Warriors. Don't know if you played that. Blue shell. Get out of here, Mario. I turned into a snowman. Says I have like 21 viewers watching this. If you're one of the people watching and you're not subscribed to me, consider subscribing. I'm chasing after 600 subs and I'm like 11 away, so it'd be really awesome and helpful if you could help me out so I could reach that goal. And also, you can hop in the chat and talk about your favorite video games with us. We have a bunch of knowledgeable people in the chat who love video games and would love to talk about video games with you. Whew. Bunch of red shells. Blue shell. But we saved the food so we can get our momentum back so we don't get passed. So we can get that first place. Here we go. Remember, I gotta finish first on each lap to get 3 gold stars on Knockout Tour. So you gotta be a little more strategic with how you play in Knockout Tour. Red shell. Boo, stole my coin. He said, nah, I never got into Fire Emblem. I know they're great games, but I've been stuck in D2 for a while. I feel you. I feel you. If you ever have the chance to play the Fire Emblem games, you should. You're going to have a really great time. Fire Emblem games are great. We are flying, and here comes another red shell, or blue shell, excuse me. But the good news is we're right next to a boost pad here, so we can regain our momentum. We had coins. Get another item box here. We're still at 20 coins. We have our max speed. We're good. We're doing good. These blue shells cannot stop me. Oh. Let's get our coins back up. Coins are crucial, guys. You want to maintain that top speed so you can maintain the distance from you and the other racers. I have a huge lead on these guys. Look at the map. Look at the map on the right side there. I have a big time lead here. I was locked in. Not even tripping on the red shell hitting us because we have the food. Got our speed right back. We're even going to go on the rail here if I can. Nope, messed that up. That's okay. And we're good. Secured the dub. Another knockout tour done. Let's see, now I will say if there's ever a remaster of both High Moon TF games, it's a purchase on site. Oh yeah, dude. Oh yeah. I hope that happens just for you. Got 2 of those knockout tours done. Moon Rally, here we go. Lame Aubrey says, does 200cc exist? No, not in Mario Kart World. It does not exist. Though they did ask one of the developers about it, and they said they didn't say they were bringing it, and they didn't say they weren't bringing it. So it's maybe we'll see it in an update down the line. I would expect that it will come. Shaw says, I hope this game gets more of the deluxe tracks in at some point. I agree. I would like this game to have much more tracks than it has. I would love for it to get the same DLC treatment that Mario Kart 8 got. Mario Kart 8 got a ton of tracks. So I hope that they do the same here. I would pay any amount for that. Okay. Got first, but I need to get some coins. I need to get my coins up. Blue shell. Wouldn't you know it, right here at the end. That blue shell was vicious, dude. So I gotta start over. Though I could also vibe with the DLC that flushes out the open world more. You know, I would love to see both. I imagine they will do both, because they're going to add in tracks to the continent here that they have, so they're going to have to exist somewhere, so things are going to get added into the world. So I think the world gets more fleshed out as more tracks get added. I 100% see that happening. How often we get that DLC, and you know how long we have to wait for that, and how much that costs, I don't know, but whatever it is, I'm here for it. I really want a new board for Jamboree. Not what dumb stuff we just got. Well, they are adding like new mini games and stuff to Jamboree, so that's cool. And honestly, I didn't expect to get any kind of DLC for Jamboree at all. This is the first time they're doing DLC for Mario Party in general, but I agree, I would have loved to have seen some new boards to play on. The Mario Party Jamboree is probably the best Mario Party they've ever made. The more content they add to that game, the better, as far as I'm concerned. Blue shell, huh? Gotta restart. Gotta restart. Guys, I've been streaming for 4 hours. If you've been hanging out with me and you haven't liked or subscribed to me or the live, please consider doing that. It helps me push out this live to other people who are watching. 7 is my favorite Mario Party. Don't know how much you've played, but I own them all. Yes, I have also played all the Mario Parties. I've even played like Mario Party Advance on the Game Boy Advance, stuff like that. I think they nailed it with Mario Party Jamboree, and the fact that it has great online play. Online play was the one thing that I really wanted. Mario Party Superstars was really excellent too. Those two are probably my favorite. But new boards is all I need. Of course. Alright, we finally got first place, so we can continue instead of having to quit out and start over. Super horn after I get hit by the shell that's crazy work. I was going to destroy that red shell. I really was. And now here comes the blue shell after I lose the horn. Lightning, blue shell, red shell. Oh, it's just a lot happening, guys. And here they come. Hey, I'll take a mushroom. Sure. The cows crossing the road. This game is hilarious, bro. Blue shell again. But that's why we kept the food items so we could boost. Get our momentum back. The chain chomps here is crazy. Wow. Okay. Alright, I did that to myself, y'all. I messed up. Man, lost my items too. Didn't get an item box there either. That's rough. He said, Shaw said, adding some of the maps and characters from the older maps would be sick. Never got to play Mario Parties much, but they always loved watching on YouTube and Let's Play. Dude, yes, the Mario Party games are freaking awesome. They will ruin friendships though. Be prepared to get some friendships destroyed if you play Mario Party. Dude, I don't know if I'm gonna get anything. It's a lot of work. I don't know if I'm gonna get anything, and I'm honestly not sure if I'm even expecting anything at this point. I might get a sticker. Wouldn't that be hilarious? But I managed to do all the Grand Prix, and I've managed to do 3 of the Knockout Rat Tours. So I don't have that many left. Okay, here we go. Back on track here. Shaw said, I mean, at least when you haven't done, you can go back to getting sweated by the online people who are insane. Yeah, I know, I'm not missing the sweats online right now. Those guys are nuts, dude. But to be fair, it's putting me in lobbies like that because that's where I'm ranked too, so it is what it is. And I have to restart this. Oh man, I hate that. I do hate that. Said it's a new game. It'll take some getting used to the new tricks and things the game has. Yeah, dude. As far as like the racing component, like I have that down. That's not really like the issue. For me, it's the new mechanics of like the grinding and the wall riding and stuff. That's like I'm still kind of wrapping my head around because like as I'm racing and I'm getting used to the wall riding and the grinding and stuff, I like see little pockets of like, oh, I could do this here, oh, I could do that here. But it's like so foreign to me as far as like my Mario Kart knowledge, you know, and I'm like, oh yeah, you can't do that. But it's like, oh, actually you can do that. Trying to see if that runaway car is gonna drop anything good. Nah. Gotta collect coins here. Gotta collect coins. Gotta get the double item box and collect some coins. If you're one of the people that's watching me right now, it says I have like 12 viewers or so. At least that's what Streamlabs is telling me. hit the subscribe button. I'm chasing 600 subs. Or talk to us in the chat. We talk back. You don't got to be a silent viewer. Talk to us about your favorite Mario Kart of all time, your favorite video game of all time, or anything at all. We are here. Talk to us. We talk right back. Ooh, Super Horn, this is huge. I would have rather saved that for a blue shell, but you know what? We had to protect this lead. Okay, yeah, we will absolutely do that. Blue shell. Incoming blue shell. That's okay, because we have the food here to bring our momentum right back. Got a big time lead here. Just got to finish out strong. Oh, not getting an item at all there was crazy work. Yeah, that was crazy, right? Not getting an item, like, yeah, whatever. And what is this? Okay, gold Koopa Shell, not a problem. I'm not worried about that. That's not good how I just stalled out there. Man. Okay. And that is game. We did it. We got another one down. My goodness. How many more are there? There are 4 more left. Oh, did not see that car coming at all. And blue shell. You did all the cups on the knockout tour, game 1, 2, 3. Did you unlock anything? Good work, dude. Dang. I might not be able to finish this one, yeah. Man. Oh my gosh, bro. Alright, guys. I've been streaming for like 4.5 hours here, so unfortunately I gotta go to work in the morning, so I gotta get off and call it a night. But I do appreciate you, Shaw, for hanging out in the chat, Game 123 for hanging out in the chat, and anyone else who's in the chat still and who's been watching. I do appreciate you guys. I will be streaming again tomorrow at 7 p.m., 7:30 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. So if you want to hang out with me tomorrow, come through, and we're going to be streaming all over again. I'm going to finish the Knockout Tour Mirror Mode Cups, and we'll see if we're not going to unlock anything apparent recording the game 1, 2, 3, but we're going to do it anyways because we started it. We're going to finish it. So that'll be tomorrow. I appreciate you guys hanging out with me tonight. And if you're one of the people watching that hasn't subscribed to me, hit that subscribe button so you can catch me on the next one. All right, y'all. Have a great